vehicles. You know, Burns looks like he tipped it under a 208.962. We're waiting to find out to make sure that's official, but that's the number that'll come up for us. That was only the second run down, so you know it's only going to get quicker from here. Told you a moment ago, Burns, we have a number coming up of 208.962. That's official at the mile for Burns quicker at the day so far with a 208.962. Behind Burns, we had another bike make a run. We'll have his time for you in just a second. He was a hitter too. Bass official at a 196 flat. 196 flat. We got Tom Schaefer coming back out with another Yamaha half mile to 140, 3/4 of a mile, 158.590. Backs off the throttle, rose to the mile and a quarter at a 111. So he was out of the throttle with 158 quick time so far today. That's Tom Schaefer. Yamaha. Tom's got a couple of bikes here today. Made a pass a moment ago. As a matter of fact, I believe he was the first rider through today. He's made a pass. Some of the guys get a good roll. Now Tate just kind of rolled out, picked up on the throttle, just kind of working her way up through the gears. Listen to him. Half mile right there. don't see any either. Weisnick on a rookie run went a 158. So I understand. Bill Rickle scheduled to be coming out next in a Chevrolet Z06. It's a year model 2015. Bill Rickle getting ready to make his shot. Now, a lot of Corvettes back there. Richard Hayes. Are you going Ford GT? Keep an eye on this. This is the kind of car, if I'm not mistaken, was the same type that won the Le Mans race over France a number of years ago. Ford Motor Company got, as a matter of fact, there's a motion picture made that featured this car this year, nominated for the best motion picture of the year. It was kind of an interesting story. Boy, he's pulling hard right now. Half track. Sugar backs off the throttle. Rolls through. Right now, it's kind of like everything else. We're working, getting the rhythm going now. Things get the ebb and flow of this thing going. Set up a ribbon. Coast has been cleared out. We'll get the next driver. Dan Robach will be making a shot in 2014 Chevrolet Corvette. I told you the Corvettes came out in numbers this week. At the half mile. Wind's picking back up again, still blowing down the track on the start line on a clear track sign. Next rider knows who they are. In the staging lanes, be ready, gentlemen, when they make the call. For those of you back in the pit area, don't forget you can get you something hot to eat. And Auntie's cousins, we can stop by and pick up some stuff. Chickens and sandwiches, ribs, hot dogs, sausage, corn on the cob, Spanish rice, coleslaw, baked beans, and fries. That doesn't sound like something cooking out of a hot dog. Sandwiches, candy, chips, designate whether this would be a shut-off run or not. So I'm sitting down here waiting for everybody to go through the mile. They're making a real good run to the half mile, and it kind of slows down, and I didn't realize that they were supposed to be making a rookie orientation run. By the way, we want to thank all our rookies for being here with us today, and hope you're having a ball, hope you enjoy yourself, and hope you started something, man. A sport that you get involved in, meet a lot of people, have a lot of fun. And on behalf of the East Coast Timing Association, I want to welcome you to our sport. Information we have right now on the vehicle on the line is number is 507. We're going to registration, trying to pick up it. What it is, the guys that come in and gals come in and they sign paperwork and everything, and it's got to work its way up to the tower where I can get back and give you the information on them. So all we know is the number is 507. We get that information from the starting line. We can't give you a name, hometown, or anything like that because we don't have that information at this time. Hopefully we'll have it in the computer later on in the day. Ken McNaughton out of the, he's a Yugo Chevrolet type guy, the Goobers Racing. Townsend Dodge Demon. So again, as I'm going through here on my paperwork, I'm looking, just trying to learn some of the guys and gals that are running for us today. Von Hayden's here out of Bloomington, Delaware. Vance Kurtzman out of Delaware also. All the Delaware boys came in together. Luke Prairie out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Good NASCAR country over there. Calvin Smith out of Charlottesville, North Carolina. On the track right now is waiting for the number to come up on the computer. Okay, 194.175 for Wells, 210 Mustang, excuse me, 210 Corvette. All these Corvettes that are coming out running, they don't necessarily look Corvettes to run, but there's different classes here you can run. That's one thing about this sport, they got quite a few classes, so you can be a national record or a world record holder for that matter. If you come and you get into a soft class, you can knock it out the door. On a clear course, waiting for the next driver to come up. Our rider, Wells, just finished his shot. He looks good. He's happy. He's going the 204 number as we get ready for Paul Tickett. 19 Dodge Hemi Hellcat Red Eye. Now, keep an eye on this. This is one of the big cars that Chrysler came out with, and they built this car as a race car. When you buy it, you're assuming certain responsibilities. You look at the inside of it, almost looks like a NASCAR with the seats and everything they have. This is a street version of it. Dodge Hellcat, laying down a shot. First time I've seen one go. See what it does when we get 171. Don't pull the shoot. Must have been on a rookie run checking things out. That was impressive. 171 at the half mile mark. Throws off, he's good. Pulls the shoot. Guarantee before the day's over, guys will lay a shot down. Yeah. Guarantee that guy is nailed to the wall before the day's over. Ron Harley, told you about him, Vance. We talked about him out of Wilmington, Delaware. Prairie, I believe it is, out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Prairie, Kentucky, Tim Harrison's here. Calvin Smith, everybody knows this guy. He's out of, usually out of the Indianapolis area. Calling Charlottesville, North Carolina home. I believe down in western Kentucky. Don White, Doug White, get ready to make a shot out of Grass Lakes, Michigan. A lot of Michigan, kind of interesting yesterday, a lot of Michigan, they came in kind of like tribes. All the boys from Texas, man, they came in. I think if you're from Texas, you had a red Corvette. These guys came in really looking good. Michigan guys came in later in the afternoon. They're loaded from there. They're ready to do this thing. Alabama rose in with the contention. You got a couple of people coming from Colorado Springs area. So vehicles coming from all over the country to take a run on this particular mile track. This is a good track. It's a good event, and we're sure happy to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Got plenty of food for you up around the registration area. Stop up here and visit with our great cooks. They're cooking some of that southern food and that southern hospitality. All good. Who we got coming up now? Looks like it's going to be Bruce Warren. Cadillac. This is the guy, one of the guys I was telling you about. Watch this. I heard about him. I think I'm not mistaken. I believe Bruce is out of, I think he's one of the Michigan boys coming in. Three-quarter mile mark. He was on a time run, if you will. Half mile was a 171. That's an awesome number. Three-quarter mile, he was backing out of it, went to a 151. Then he backs further out with a 103 at the mile mark. So he was on a test run in a 211 Cadillac CT SV Bruce Warren. I'm believing he's one of the guys that, like I say, that came rolled out of Michigan. Got a big fire off in the distance over there. If you look at the starting line over there, you can see some smoke going up, and you go to the finish line area down the end of that track. There's a big fire going down there. We're sitting right in the middle of it, so everything's going to be cool. Taylor Curry coming out now in the 210 Chevrolet Corvette. Well, like I say, you've got to realize these Corvettes, they run in different classes, just different variations of them. We'll put them in different classes. And a lot of guys take advantage of it. They'll find the soft class with the soft number, and they'll go to that class to get that national record. Let's see what Taylor does. Got a run going for him. Julian Basler just comes in out of Chi-Town. One of the Chi-Town Hustler boys coming in. He'll be making a shot a little bit later. He's got a 2009 Nissan GTR. He got involved in racing this because he likes speed. That's good. His goal is 190 miles an hour. Kind of interesting. He says the GTR is completely stopped. We'll be able to see a little bit later today. Completely stopped car trying to go 190 miles an hour out of the Chicago area. Let's see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, we go back combination of one of the NASCAR cars coming over and getting involved in the sport. They picked this chassis up from one of the NASCAR ARCA teams, and so if you can buy a car from those guys at a reasonable price, it's really, really safe. Really gets through the air good, because they build them to get through the air good. And a lot of people feel like this kind of list is going to be kind of a modified bicycle. Buy a car from somebody that's already gone through the headaches of building cars, drive it time it gets you to the mile an hour, what happened when he pulled the chute? He pulled the chute in the lights, actually before the lights. And we're getting a kind of a funky reading out up here for Troubleshooting. Let's see. Guys, you gotta remember I'm in the South and I pronounce things different than anybody, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Mark, first, smoke out that thing, it just went to the other end. Okay, here's the deal. It goes a now the track crew is working on the tractor, on the checking things out. They're looking for glass that got blown out. They got some cones out there that they need to get straightened out. So again, let's just kick back, relax, listen to the music, get you something that you can get in lanes when you want to go racing. And thanks a lot for coming and running with the East Coast Timing Association. was his magic number. But a 161 at the half mile, went 3/4 to 169, picking up 8 mile an hour. Then at the mile, 176, so picked up 8 more mile an hour there. So that shows you bike's still making horsepower on the other track. So I need to get over and meet Nader and learn how to pronounce his name. Being in the South, I know I'm pronouncing things wrong, and I apologize for that. I want to get to you guys as soon enough to go bear hunting with the switch, I tell you. But he'll be coming out a little bit all about him. As a Suzuki, this goes through with a good number, for 193.673. Clear the course again. We're going to find out who's on the starting line. Let you know it'll be Ken. Chevrolet. That's a good mile an hour. No, not getting the speed he wants. I can see that now. He's going to 142. That's not a bad number, Ben. He's got the hustle. Slows down to a 107, so he does have some kind of problems. And he'll go through the mile at a 107 and he backs it down. So Ken's going to be looking for some problem he's got. What they'll do, they'll get back in the pit area and get a computer on it and try to find out where the weak link is. Computers tell you everything about these cars. They'll go to the pit area and they'll pull out, and the first thing they do is take their helmet off. Second thing they do is take the computer out of the car and set it on the top over where the driver's head would be, and they start tuning the car at that particular point in time. So he had a 142 at the half mile and slowed down at the 3/4 mile at 07. You knew he was in trouble. At the mile, he'd backed it down to an 80.573. Don't forget, get you some fresh munchies. A lot of good food available for you. Home-cooked Southern food out there for you. Stop by and pick up a T-shirt. And hey, if you're thinking about buying performance parts, keep the name Harley in mind. They've been around for years. Out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, they manufacture and sell some of the finest racing parts in the country. They support all the motorsports, and they really believe in this sport. So let's keep Bill Thomas and his guys informed as to what's going on. As the 186 comes up on this one for Steve Vettel, a 205. How about that? A 205. They are right there for the finish line for some reason.
No, you're getting them for 3/4.
Well, I mean, but that was the fastest time. Everybody. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but
That was a rookie pass. He was diving in the back. That's why the miles were slower.
okay. Okay. I tell you what, Scene's got his act together big time working. Showing at 3/4 at the half. And now this is what I'm trying to figure out. At the 3/4 mile, he had rode that rascal to a 205.620. Something went away. At the mile marker, he dropped down to a 126. Jason McDonald coming out. Another motorcycle rider. It's a Suzuki Hayabusa coming out now. He's on the way. So anyway, that car just made a run through. That's one of the cars that NASCAR kind of outlawed. That particular year, Wood Brothers were running a car, and Pearson was driving a car. Man, they were kicking everybody. Petty was in the Chrysler cars. He had the wing on the back with the bird. And NASCAR said, "Whoa, wait a minute, we got to stop this." And they made everybody kind of clean up their act and square their cars up and get ready to go. But that's what makes racing, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Rick Lynn making a shot now. His previous run, let's see. I'm showing him a good. We got what? Stop. All right, now again, it'll be a good opportunity to get you something to eat. Stop by and pick you up a T-shirt, see what's going on. Kind of like Will Rogers, we strangers just a friend we haven't met. So the guy was sitting behind you or looking at you, thumping you in the head with some whatever. Go over and introduce yourself to him. You know, you might make a new friend out of the deal. And that's what this is all about. This is just like drag racing used to be back in the 60s. Everybody's having a good time and enjoying themselves and seeing friends they saw at other races and stuff like that, and that's neat. And that's exactly the attitude the East Coast Timing Association wants to present. We want you to come and have a good time, an event where you can bring your family, enjoy yourself. Your family can meet other families, start friendships. It's a good deal because it's run by a family. How do you pronounce their last name? Strupp. Steve Strupp and his lovely family, his lovely wife CJ, have taken over this operation a couple of years ago, and they're doing an outstanding job. A great group of volunteers working for them, and we hope you're enjoying yourself. It's an honor for us to work and to come from all over the countries to work and to put this event on. So a lot of work, but what the heck, it's worth it, isn't it? We're having fun and enjoying ourselves. So Rick Lund will take that Ford Talladega back, 69 Talladega back, and do some work on it, get it squared away, and be ready to make a run a little bit later, I'm sure. Thank you. Talking about Harley a while ago, you know, they make everything. You know that. They got with Jardine headers. They got Earl's brand under their name. Good to racing people. I work with them every day. Bill Thomas and I have been your friends forever. He's a great guy. It's a great company. They believe in what we're doing. They believe in what they're doing. So if you're going to buy a product, you got a choice. Consider Harley. They make some good stuff for you. And they've been around for a long time, based out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. They're the guys that make the electronic fuel injection for the NASCAR. All NASCAR fellows in the that particular series, Cup Series, run the Harley injection system on their vehicle. So you know they got to be good if they're going to let people do that. Harley Performance for all your performance needs. Okay, now James Bracken's scheduled to come out. He's on a 2004 Yamaha. Excuse me, I'm sorry, James. 2004 Harley V-Rod. This is the motorcycle that's supposed to change the industry. Willie Davidson designed it. He's one of the grandson of the Harley and Davidson that built the company, and he designed this vehicle. It's called a V-Rod, and the way you sit on this vehicle and the fact that it is not air cooled, it's liquid cooled, turned a lot of people off for some reason. They weren't comfortable, and but this vehicle's gone out and making a name for itself. And James Bracken is going to show you what this puppy will do. So let's keep an eye on him on the starting lines, and we'll pick up some numbers for you as he makes his way down the track. All right, here he comes, coming at you. Picking up some numbers. Here we go. 179, that's a number. Here we go. 191, we're almost there. 191 is the 3/4 mile mark. 169, he backed it off. He was on the way. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be down for about 15 minutes to give the track crew an opportunity to take a break and get kind of squared away. We've been going pretty hard here and heavy. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We got some good time left to go do some racing. Right now, we're going to have kind of a meeting with all the officials, give them a chance to get something to eat, take a break a little bit. Going to be down for about 15 minutes, so a good time for you to kind of do the same. Thanks a lot for coming and being with us. Hope you're enjoying yourself today. We'll be here again tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday before everybody kind of bursts away from each other and go back to their homes and hopefully meet up again another time, another day. Blytheville, Arkansas, we thank you. We hope we're doing well for you. We appreciate the opportunity. This facility is a place where they used to practice landing airplanes that were going to land on aircraft carriers during the war. And I would imagine if anything like that erupted again within 6 months, you wouldn't be able to identify this place. They would come in here and completely rebuild these buildings to get things squared away. Because at one time, this place, I'll guarantee you, could tell you a story. So again, we're going on the side for about 15 minutes. Kick back, enjoy yourself. Thanks a lot for coming and being with us. Hope you're having a good time, and we'll be getting back in touch with you shortly. Thank you. Coming out of break now, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's had a chance to kind of get a cool down right now. We got Dan Tucker, 96 Mazda, going to make a shot. A lot of guys play around with this body style. They can fool you. They can put a lot of, especially since they're coming out with a lot of these turbocharged engines, you can put a small motor and make a big horsepower with it. And these Mazdas are perfect for that. Tucker getting his shot in, ready to go. We're going to come out of break right now and go with Don the first out. He's already on the way. A little white vehicle making a shot towards the other end. .124. Clicks it off. Goes down to 124.052 at the 3/4 mile mark. Backed it off to a 93.091 at the mile mark. Rolling through the traps with the 170, with the 73.803. So not the best of run for him. But then again, he got it up to 124. That's a good number in my opinion for a small motor like that. And he's got to figure some way to pick it up on the other end. Between 3/4 and a mile, he ran into a problem there. I don't know if it's electronic or what. We understand the course is clear, waiting for the next car to come out. It'd be Dylan Tate on a Kawasaki, 2016 year model. Dylan made a run before here today. Here's this guy coming, sound like a heat-seeking missile. Listen to this. .219, 219 mile an hour. What a run. Tate goes to 219.191. That's a number for you right there, folks. I tell you what, that's a go-to number. He's been out a couple of times. I think it's the third time he's made a run on this vehicle. Motorcycles are kind of unique. You can turn them around a lot quicker than a car. When you make a car run in a competition like this, heat becomes a major problem. You got a cool down scenario. You got to cool that big block down and take the heat away from the block because heat hurts horsepower, and they want to keep them as cool as possible. As Tom Schaefer getting ready to make his shot. We've seen him a couple times already today. What do they call that name? Just kind of glance through there and see if you can find that, but it's going to be almost impossible with this. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, Tom's on his way. 156 at the half mile we're showing. 169 at the 3/4 mile. 170.875. Picked up just TT bit between 3/4 and a mile at 170 to a. He did drive it out the back door and went to the 1.25 at a 121. So he had a good number going there, but the 170 at the mile marker was the number he was going for. Like I say, he's at a 169 at the 3/4, only picked up a little bit to go to a 170, his top speed of the event at that particular point, at that particular part of the track. Waiting for to get clearance for the track again. Just picked the course clear up. We're going to go with our next participant. It'll be Bo Orton. Mercedes Corvette. 2011. This is a good-looking little rascal. Bo Orton. That's good for you to learn how to do that. See what I do when I do the same thing. I work with these cars. These cars are just easier to Look at this. He got. Hey, that's a nice looking ride. Got it tucked in, looking good. Top end charge goes a 193, 193.5. 193.548. We were showing him at a 206 at the half mile and a 229 at the 3/4 mile, and then dropping to a 193 and a 163. So his peak was right at a 230 mile an hour run at the 3/4 mile marker. So we're on an all course hold as Bo Orton. Laid down a number, that's for sure. Says it's the fastest standing start Corvette in America. Top speed is a 250.8 in the mile. He's gone 250.8 many times, so that's the number he's looking for today. He goes a 193, a 229. Man, that's a number at that 3/4 mile mark. Well, both sets of down on the top end, rolled into the turnoff area, picked up a little bit of blow smoke out there. They say they got a little bit of oil and water, not on the track. It was in the turnoff area. Safety crew's right there on the spot, giving him a hand. So we're waiting for it to get the clear for the track to get our next participant to come out. We do appreciate the drivers and everybody being in the lanes and working with us. And you know, sometimes those staging lanes get long and boring and what have you, and other times they just beat you to death, run you through like cattle. But we appreciate everybody going, and every one of us has sat in one of those lanes before too, so we kind of know what it's like, and we're trying to make it more bearable for everybody. Steve and CJ are very conscious of what you go through as a racer and a competitor. They appreciate what you go through. They're trying to build an organization, the East Coast Timing Association, to lead the way to the, I think this will be the next motorsport of the future. In the turnoff area on the top end of the track, we got a situation where we got a car that did dump a little bit of oil, not on the track, but in the turnoff area. We're kind of in a hold pattern right now for his crew to get down there and get to him and get him squared away. Bo's car not able to make it back under its own power, so we're kind of in a hold pattern until his crew gets down there, gets him squared away, and then we'll be back racing. On standby on the starting line, gentlemen. As soon as we get a clear course, we'll be coming back to you at that time. That smoke is starting to settle in here. You see that? See who's next. If you had a number, you can just have a number, you can put it in. Yeah. That's the reason. See. I did know. I did, but they sometimes forget to do. Really, we're lucky to get anything the last time. They would put anything on the cars. No, nothing. this is where they're from. I could talk about something from that, area. You want to keep, if you can, you want to keep me talking all the time because there's no what they call dead air. Who's coming up next? Toby.
Steve Cantor is on course currently checking
We understand Toby Whitehead's going to be coming out in just a moment. He's out of Hoffman, Texas. He started with the Texas Mile back in March of 15. Got serious about land speed racing around March 2017 when he met up with this group of characters at the M2K Motorsports organization. These are the guys from Texas I've been telling you about. They haven't been out a day that heavy, but the M2K guys are the big name in racing in Texas. The first event, this is the first event with ECTA. We appreciate Toby being with us. Hope you're enjoying yourself. It's a 427 big block that you're running a 118 turbo. Watch the horsepower on the top end. The car's been 240.3 mile an hour before. So hang on. It's like I don't know how to explain it. These turbos, the harder you run them, the more power they make. And the more power they make, you want to run them harder and everything. And Toby, we're glad to have you with us today. We hope you get a good shot in. Wish you all the luck in the world. All the guys from your operations back at the M2K operations, we appreciate you guys being with us today. Enjoyed visiting with you yesterday. Looking forward to seeing you run, I guess, tomorrow afternoon. As the great state of Texas represented very well here. Hoffman, Texas, he calls home, goes by the name of Toby Whitehead, Mr. and Miss Whitehead's son. Right there like that, so if I'm needed, I can pick that information. Do you know who's coming up after old Toby? No? That other guy. Oh, yeah. Well, when you're dealing with a mile's worth of surface, it takes just a little bit of time to go up and down and get squared away. Should have been with us out of New Mexico. There's a mile and it went forever. And every time something happened, it seemed like it would just take forever. And we are aware of that, and that can be a problem. We're trying to expedite everything we do, but we don't want to do it at the risk of safety. And that's paramount in this sport. We don't want anybody getting hurt, or we want you to have a good time, enjoy yourself, drive fast, and see what it's all about. And so right now we are in a hole pattern as there's a car going to the starting line to check it out up there. Starting line looks like they're doing great up there. They got a good thing going. They got a rhythm set up. We're at the top end of the track, following that rhythm, trying to pick them up when they come this way to the end. The shutdown crew at the far end of the track doing an excellent job getting everybody off and keeping this groove. You got to remember, you're not a bunch of volunteers here. Everybody's doing this because we love doing it, and we appreciate you coming out and bringing your product and racing with us. We know you do have a choice, and want you to race everywhere you can. We want you to race with us when we come into your area, if you possibly couldn't. Bring your friend. That's what's really neat. Look out there. We had just a little over 100 cars at this event so far. And if you bring one person with you or one car with you next time, remember we're up to 200. And I'll be real honest, I don't think these events would be on a 3-day deal if you had, I think about 200 should be your maximum number. That way everybody would be able to get a bunch of runs in, have a good time. It wouldn't be a lot of pushing and shoving and what have you. And that just to me, it seems like it would be a good number. Get over that, it gets to be a push to shove thing, kind of like a rope. You can't push a rope and make it straight. You got to pull it. And that's what we all got to do is pull together to make this sport go and grow. Just for your information, the track official on the track just went through the traps at 59 mile an hour. Listen to FM radio, having a good time. Oh, yeah, Blytheville, Arkansas. We're rocking tonight. We're going to have some fun. The beans on the table. Remember, if you're going to play the music loud, that's right. It's got to be rock and roll. Uh-huh. You bet. This thing keeps flashing over here, and it keeps... And see, I got to pull away to read it when whatever I need is up here on the board in front of me. Still got a hold on the course. You know, one of the things I find interesting, like I say, I'm new to this sport. Everything in front of the finish line is orange cones, orange flags, and everything. As soon as you go through the finish line, everything goes to yellow. And I think that's a neat idea because in New Mexico, they couldn't figure out where the finish line was. And they had to come up with some way to let drivers know when you go through this area and you change from orange to yellow, you're finished. And I think that's a good idea. I don't know who came up with it, but whoever did, I think that was a real smart move. And if I start with orange and go through orange and stop it, and yellow means in, if you get down to the red ones, uh-oh. Tower crew keeping an eye on the vehicle off the track. Like I say, had some liquid dumped. It was not dumped on the track. It was dumped at the far end of the shutdown there in the right side of the track. Everything's cool. We just don't want to run anybody down there and like a rabbit hole. We want to make sure it's clear we can get everybody in and out of that area. So we're waiting for the next vehicle to come up on the starting line. We're waiting for an all clear for the track, and then as soon as we get that, we'll be going with the... Okay, Whitehead wasting the wings. He's going to be making his shot again. He's out of Texas. And car's name is Evil. Wife's name is Knievel.
Sure that's a wife?
You ever heard of Evil Knievel? Yeah, okay. That's a joke, folks. I'm telling you. Boy, your tongues are flapping, but you ain't saying nothing. Toby said he got serious about this land speed stuff. Said he started out the Texas Mile in 05, and when 17 rolled around, he was ready to go. Put on the big boy pants and come out here and run with the fast guys, and that's exactly what he's doing now. This is the first event with us, and again, like I say, we welcome Toby. Here you go. He's on. Somebody's moving somewhere. Mr. Toby's on his way. Whoa. Boo, something let go on the car. She made a shift. It didn't go for him. Pull off. He'll probably get off to the side of the track as soon as possible. He only went 89 mile an hour to half mile mark. He'll get off to one of the sides of the track. I didn't see anything come out of the car. Everything stayed internal on it. But it sounded like a transmission to me. It sounded like it didn't shift for him. That's just my guesstimation. I was a long way away, but he has the horsepower there. And the car's running good now. Yeah, sounds good too. No smoke or anything coming out of the car. Yeah, I would imagine he had a transmission problem or a linkage problem there, so he may take that car and go right back into the staging lanes because he could probably cool down and have that car ready to go and fix it. Any linkage that he had a problem with. Richard Prosser coming out, Jr. in a Chevy Impala. It's one of them bad boy cars coming out now. Richard made a run a little bit earlier today. Had a chance to visit with him and his crew this morning. I'm trying to get around talking to all you folks that I can, so I don't want to bug you, but I just want to kind of learn a little bitty things about you. Richard's on his way. And Richard sounds good. Whoa, right there again. 131, when he made that shift, it went away on him. Second run in a row where a transmission didn't work. Yeah, Richard, he's made this his second run today. He pulls off before the finish line, for the mile marker. He'll go back. I had a chance to meet he and his two crew members, so I'm sure they'll get that vehicle squared away. That's two vehicles in a row at that point in the track had the same problem. Now there's no lanes or anything like that in this sport. It's just, and they both made a couple of runs before today. So what I'm saying is, of course, it's clear we're getting ready for Julian Bassler making a shot in a 2018 Lamborghini. This is a unique vehicle. Keep an eye on it. You don't see these suckers everywhere. Basler gets ready to take a shot. Julian first name, Basler last name. Car's a Bugatti. Look at this sucker go. This is one bad hombre coming down here now. 156. Second mile an hour, 170. He's rocking it. He's going to pull the trigger on it right now. 180. 180.905 at the mile marker. 156, 170, 180. Literally carrying the mail, folding it over. Boom, 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 boom. Looking good. Julian, you rocking today, buddy. Said he grew up, he liked speed as fast as he's gone. 190 mile an hour. He's the second year he's involved in motorsports. A top speed, again, that's showing at a 176. Little Nissan, that's a stock Nissan, believe it or not, that he just ran through that thing. Running that hard. He brought 24 people and 5 cars to this event. We appreciate him doing that. Hope everybody's having a good time. I'm sure that Julian knows how to party if he brought that many people to a racing event. You go, boy. Boom! Now we got a Dodge on the big end. Rolls it out, doesn't pull the chute, just rolls it on through the other end. 202, yeah, another 200 mile an hour blast. Goes to 202.566. Half mile to 166. 3/4 mile to 189. Mile 202.66. You bad, John, you bad. So they can still hang the numbers on the wall. Everybody's looking good. That little Dodge comes through. It's really weird. Some cars you can tell they're winding the motors. You can hear them and everything. And that rascal came through here, could sneak up on you. Matt Durad making his shot. It's going to be a motorcycle at 84 Yamaha. Not a big mile an hour motorcycle. It's only a 350cc. So he's running for a class-type record. He's not trying to set the world on fire. He's just trying to have fun and be able to go home and see his wife and kids when the races are over. Yeah. 100 mile an hour. He's knocking on. He went 100 mile an hour right there. Backed off half mile is 100.919. At the 3/4 mile, he backed it off to a 51.691 mile an hour. And he, too, cuts off at the first cutoff before the mile track. So I don't know if everybody's leaning on equipment or what. We've had 2 transmissions go away at almost the same spot. These guys are coming back that have been running good, tall numbers. man, the no man's land seems to be the half between a half-mile mark. No, excuse me. It seems no man's land is between the 3/4 mile and the mile mark. There's something happening there. Bad juju in that part of the track right now. Yeah, he pulls into the infield, Matt does, and he's looking at trying to get the shifter to work for him. So he too seemed to have a problem with the shifter, as did the cars that were making runs earlier today. Dodge looking bad. Made a run a few minutes ago. Handwriting's on the wall. He's going to try to take him something out of here called a world championship record, as a lot of people are before this weekend is over. Don't forget T-shirts. Stop by and pick up some T-shirts. The ladies in the T-shirt stands want me to say that because the ones they sell, they don't have to fold up and put back in the T-shirt boxes. And they really want you to help them out there a little bit. They got some really neat T-shirts. Pick them up that are on sale from other events. I know they got some from the Invitational event out of New Mexico. So stop over there, pick them up, have fun, wear them around the garage at home, do whatever. But we're all racers. Let's all jump in and kind of help each other out here. So Matt Duran not getting the run that he wants in, waiting for the next vehicle to come up. The track, they shouldn't have a problem with the track because he didn't make it all the way through. So I don't believe the motorcycle didn't lose any oil. So we're. What is it?
This is Tower. I've got visual on the disabled competitor. I'm waiting for him to clear the exit way, and then I can roll it.
Right now we're waiting for a vehicle to go out and help Matt out. That's exactly where we are right now. He's off the track, and yeah, I understand everything's cool, but remember a moment ago I told you about safety? Well, we want to make sure he's safe and he's off the track, and everything's cool. He's cleared the area. We should be getting an all clear here in just a minute, getting ready to go with our next competitor. The next guy, you don't have anything on it? Okay. So Matt all the way from North Carolina over to Tar Heel country. Michael Jordan country. That's how you guys know North Carolina. NASCAR, North Carolina. Kill Devil Hills, the home of the Grave Digger. Matt Duran, he's out of Mill Springs, North Carolina. Baddest guy around with the 350 motorcycle. That's our boy. Another motorcycle coming up. It's going to be David Cole. Another Kawasaki. He's not wasting any time. Listen to this. Let's listen to him. God, he's using up that top gear in that thing. 181 miles an hour, I'll guarantee he wound it in high gear from half track to the other half of the track. He was winding that puppy up. So I like to listen to the shifts, and there was none after the half mark. Man, he just grabbed a handful and twisted that throttle, closed his eyes, and went to the other end. David Cole, I'm impressed with you, buddy. That was a good run. Man, he did not. I don't know what the RPMs that sucker was turning, but it's faster than your sewing machine, I'll guarantee you that. Brian Mason scheduled out now in the 2018 Chevy Corvette. Mason, good name. My kid's named Mason. Yeah, he works for the NHRA film television crew. Mason Armstrong. You ever go to the NHRA race, you see a guy running around with the TV crew, hollers, "Hey, you Mace." My boy will come over and be glad to talk to you. Let's see what Mason's going to do now, laying down a good shot of 168.887. Second number comes up a 140, backed off on it, 146.318. And I think we're still slowing. Yep, 81.50. So this second round seems to be taking its toll on equipment as Brian's racing career, we understand, it started out in July right here at the East Coast Timing Association event. He's raced for the first day. He raced the first day, but had the car issues that ended his debut abruptly. Kind of had some problems today, too. He spent the time since upgrading his 206 so he can not be left behind in the dust like others. The CT Performance Vehicle, he's really proud to be involved with these guys, glad to be in the sport, and we're glad to have Brian with us. Hope we all got a long future acquaintance together and a lot of good times before us.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Got a clear course, so he's going to be coming out next. Christopher Burns, another Kawasaki. Year make is 2015. These motorcycle guys, man, they wind us. I've never seen a motorcycle run like we just saw the one go through a minute ago. Man, he went half of the track. 100, 200, let's see, half of the track. You're not going to believe these numbers I'm going to give you set down. Half mile, 216.398. 3/4 mile, 220.967. 1 mile, 240.899. Mile run, 240.899. Christopher Burns on the Kawasaki. One bad hombre like that. If you don't like the color green, don't mess with Kawasaki, I tell you. That boy's bad. That was a smooth run, too. That was a good, that could have been a historic run right there. Well, Christopher's best time had been a 247. Trying to go 250. Been around the East Coast Timing for 3 years. And he's happy with that run. Coming out now is Tom. We've seen Tom a couple of times today. He's run a couple of different vehicles. First trap, a half mile, 147.155. 3/4 mile, 158, picking it up in an 033. Mile, that's a good number for him. A mile of 161.900. How about that? Laying down a good shot. Tom Schaefer, like I say, this kid's tap dancing up there, man. He'll make a run, come back, get something else, make another run. He must have a crew that just runs bikes from the top end to the bottom end for him. Doing a great job. We appreciate his support of the sport. Definitely enthusiasm's there. But it's kind of tricky. You see these guys go through the mountains. Some of them, they'll just back on the throttle as soon as they do, but they can also pick up a time at the 1.25 miles. And some guys really want to go through that. On this run, we've got Chris Reiner, a Chevrolet Camaro. Started playing Hot Wheels when he was a kid, like a lot of people. Became addicted to racing. Got involved as a crew member by his beautiful bride. She lets him play. His speed goal for the weekend is anything over 200. Attaboy. He might be there. Watch us. This guy's got one going for him. Trying to get on the other side of 200 mile an hour. Goes through the traps. Oh, not going to do it. A 184. Man, at 3/4, he lost it. 184. We're talking gears here. Went a 168 at the half mile. A 187 at the 3/4 mile. He was on a big number run, and then boom, at the mile mark, when he came through the 3/4 to the 1 mile no man's land, he went from a 187 to a 184. Some kind of voodoo out there on that last part of this racetrack. Car looked good, man. He was sitting down and honking on the other end. Jennifer Jo Cobb, we told you the story about her. Tomorrow she'll be running in Talladega at the NASCAR Truck Series. Had over 160 major wins in motorsports throughout her career. It's really, I'll tell you what this girl needs, she's a wheelman. I'm telling you, she can drive these puppies. She needs somebody to step up with sponsorship money and help her, get her some good equipment Not that she's running bad stuff. She's doing a good job. But when you get up to that tier of racing, man, money doesn't hurt you. She can drive the vehicles. She just needs to be able to get something to put underneath her to go out there and play with them boys on Saturday and Sunday on the NASCAR circuit. Jennifer Jo Cobbs sitting down in a NASCAR race car right now, buddy. She is hammered down, picking up, going through. 223.547. Woo! You go, girl, you go. You're looking good. Went a 178 at the half mile. 3/4 of 203. She was rocking already. And at the end of the mile, pulled the trigger on it with a 223.547. That's my girl. They'll be talking about that on TV tomorrow. They'll say, oh, yeah, down the back stretch, 180 mile an hour. Well, yesterday she was going 200 mile an hour, on land speed racing with the East Coast Timing Association. Really good. Way to go, Jennifer, and also the crew with that vehicle. You guys do a tremendous job. We appreciate what you do. And thanks for helping her out. Thanks for helping us out as Aaron Brown gets ready to come out and make his shot. Little 39 Ford. Call it the tater truck. It's kind of one of the rat rod looking vehicles you see around the country. It's a big fad now. Rat rods are coming out. This may look like a rat rod, but this sucker runs like a rocket. Listen to that. Fastest tater truck in the world, 207.326. Man, they're knocking the eyes out of that 200 mile an hour mark at a half mile, 177, 3/4 of a mile, 198. 1 mile, 207.326. Get them taters. Aaron Brown comes back out now. He's scheduled to be coming up. Oh, that was Aaron we were just looking at. The speed was a 177 at the half mile, 198 at the 3/4, and a 207.326 at the mile. Probably the fastest rat rod in the world, I would imagine. TK Boyd coming out now. This is a Legends car. A young lady, I believe she's from the Carolinas. She wanted to beat Mary Jo Cobb. Mary Jo's her hero. I'm sure they've been talking back in the pit area and everything, but this is a scaled-down version. She goes by the name of TK Temperance Boyd is her real name. It's a Legends car. It's a miniature car that they run motorcycle engines in. She's out of Camden, Michigan. And the Michigan girl wanted to meet Mary Jo, and I think that's neat because Mary Jo's kind of a role model for her, and this young lady's interested in racing. I can't think of a better person to get with than Mary Jo. She's sponsored by Simpson's 314 Motorsports and the Garage Shop. The car's a 37 Legends sedan car, top speed 100 mile an hour. It's about what they go. They normally run on 8th mile tracks, circle tracks. First time with the car, with the East Coast Timing Association. Glad to have the young lady with us. First time at a land speed record racing. That could be cool, going back to school on Monday morning, telling me you set a world record. Started on four-wheelers at 3.5 years of age. Don't tell her mom. And she's 11 years old right now. Don't feel bad, Mom. I used to babysit for a kid that started when he was 4 years old. He wound up being a world champion motorcycle racer, Nicky Hayden. So if they want to race, man, you couldn't figure a better group of people for you to raise your kids around than racers, because you got a bunch of family members, aunts and uncles, that'll help you raise that kid. And she's doing a good job. That young lady, something to be proud of there. Went through half mile speed, was a 53.292. Back down at the 3/4 mile at a 36.331. TK Boyd, doing a good job. Proud to have you here with us, young lady, Mom, Dad, and everybody with you. Wish you all the luck in the world, in your life. I tell you what, you're at an age right now, man, enjoy it. It's cool. It's a great world out there. A lot of great people. want to thank the young lady that's working with me today, Sluggo, and thank her for doing getting the files and everything going for me so I can get this information to you. I really appreciate it. 13-year-old youngster out of Evansville, Indiana area, I believe. Is that right? Her father's a wrestler from parts unknown. That's what them wrestler guys do. And but we know she's from Evansville, and we're glad to have her with us. Her mom's working with the crew, and it's kind of a family affair. Like I said, a lot of volunteers are working to help the Shrew family to get this East Coast Timing Association going. They're trying to do their part. We appreciate you doing your part, and together, I think we can all go into the future with a whole lot of good things happen for all of us. So.
We weren't aware, and it made timing real interesting.
My bad. I screwed that up. My bad.
What?
Howard, we love you.
Okay, sure. Course is clear. Tires, you got everything squared away. Getting ready for the next vehicle to come up. It'll be RD Waldrop. Yeah, good run while ago on this thing. It's a 2014 Mercedes E streetcar, an E63. Are you ready for this? Keep an eye on it. Dude's kick back, got that seat laid back, foot planted flat on the floor, and going for the first thing heading south. Keep an eye on this guy. This is a goer. If you ever seen a sleeper, this is going to be one of them here today. Look at that. Driving down the local highway, and this guy comes past you. Isn't that awesome? 170.455. Going to get the groceries in a big Mercedes at a 170.455. Thank RD for helping us out on this thing. That's about the third time RD's made a run today. Done awfully good. Earlier today he ran I'm trying to look at this, trying to get my schedule squared away. Earlier today he actually ran a mile at a 175. So he backed up 5 on that run. But that's cool. You got to learn something. He went out, went a 175, made an adjustment, comes back, goes to 170, which is a bad number. And he knows he went the wrong way. He's got to come back and go the other way to pick up some numbers that he's going to need to help himself. Land Hamlet coming out now. 2003 Dodge Neon. Oh, it's this one here. Little Dodge picking it up on the other end, pushing it real good. That's a good-looking little run. Look here, got to settle down, looking real good. Goes to the traps at 105, a 115, and the finish line at 121. That's a good number for a small motor right there, 121.836. Little Dodge Neon, man, that's cool. You know, not a whole lot of Chrysler products here today, but the ones that are here, carrying the big stick, these guys are walking around making an impression. Little Ford came out earlier today and pressed the wads out of me. The Chevrolet guys are definitely in the hunt. We're waiting for some of the Streamliners. Maybe we won't see those today. We'll probably see some of them tomorrow. Calvin Smith has got 2 cars that he's involved with here. One of them is actually his car. He pulled out of a museum, the Kentucky Motorsport Hall of Fame. He pulled the car out of a museum to bring it down here to race it. When it comes out, I'll let you know which one it is. Vin Vinus coming out now. Suzuki. Listen to this. A little bit of smoke coming out of him. He's whining it good. Boy, he again's not shifting. He was in high gear at the half mile. Drives it out the back door, not shifting that thing at a 157.535. I tell you what, you can tell what the deal was at the halfway mark. He was at a 162. He didn't shift after that. He went from a 162 to a 159 at the 3/4 mile mark, and when he got to the mile, it was wound up, and he went even 2 miles slower at a 157. So there'll be some gear changing going on in that transmission. I'm just amazed at how tight they wind those engines, and the fact that they don't have another gear in that transmission. Because that's got to be spooky, sitting straddle that thing, knowing it's up around 12,000, 13,000 RPM. If anything goes wrong, you'd be definitely the first guy to know about it. Tom Schreiber or something? Huh? Schaefer? Tom Schaefer comes back out on his Yamaha. It's an R3 Yamaha. Here he comes. You seen tucked in a little bit there? He's a happy camper. Look at there. Go to a 99, a 104, and the top end charges of a 105.945. Had it figured out. He went quicker every leg of the course. 99th a half mile, 3/4 mile on 04, at the finish line on 05. Richard Hayden making a shot now. Ford GT 500. We've seen Richard a couple of times today.
Wait, does he go like
Let's see. 350. Got a run going for him. He's out of Gainesville, Texas. Sponsored by his wife. A very honest guy, I must say. Speed goal is 190 miles an hour. Let's see how close he's going to get to it. Car looks good. Nice, good run going for him. 174 at the 3/4 mile. 170. Didn't pick it up. It went a 141 at the half mile. 174.2 at the 3/4 mile. And a 174.8 at the mile. So he ran out of gear on the top end of that track just to pick up not even a full mile an hour. In the last quarter of the track. So he'll go back and do some tuning again. Made some good runs with the car today out of Gainesville, Texas. We got a clear call on the course, waiting to find out who's going to be coming out next. Gerald Patterson, I believe it is, in that Ford Crown Victoria, the police intercepted car. Big car, 4-door. It's kind of an interesting car, but if you're going to buy a used car, I'll guarantee you're going to build a street rod or a custom. This is the car you want to buy from your local Ford dealer. Everything on this car is heavy duty. They're well taken care of, and they'll last forever. He wants to thank Jeff Drewberry and Russ Tomport for their helping him with the crew. He's hopeful to run 130 mile an hour with the car. See, not everybody's got to go 200 mile an hour. He's trying to be happy with 130. He might be there. 108, 109, no, 125.9. 9.8. So he's just about 4 mile an hour off of that. About 4 mile an hour off of that record. He wants to go after. He'll be hungry. But yeah, you buy those old police cars and stuff like that. See, when they buy them, even though they may have some miles on them, they got all kind of good maintenance on them, and they got all the heavy duty equipment and stuff you want, from electrical assistance to the brakes and suspension. So if you're going to buy a car and you want to set another body on it to cool people, that's what you need to look for. It's no state police car or city police car. Ford Vickies, they used to call them. They quit manufacturing. Ford only built those cars as police cars. Called them Ford Vickies back in the day. They quit making them. And if you can get your hands on one, it would behoove you to do so.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Van Collier coming out now in the lineup. Out of West Palm Beach, Florida, down in the warm country. He's got a Shelby GT 500. Wants to thank AirTech of Houston for all the help. Bill Wagner. M2K, these guys I was telling you about out of Texas, M2K Motorsports, and I'll tell you why. Watch these guys. Slow is not in their vocabulary. Watch it. If it's got their sticker on it, it's going to be fast. Now, he got a little problem at half track. He pulled it in now. 121 has a problem, drops down.
Took down the registration.
Making horsepower on the other end, but it wasn't there for him. 3/4 of a mile, half track, 96 mile an hour. Then went to a 119. That was as quick, and then dropped down to a 114. So he definitely had some problems in that last portion of the track. So Collier will go back and hook up with Bill Wagner and his crew, and the AirTech of Houston crew, and the M2K Motorsports crew, and get that sucker wrapped up and getting ready to go for racing again tomorrow. Said he joined that racing team after racing against them for 10 years. He thought, man, might as well be on their side as well as not against them. So, again, that speaks a lot for this sport. Hope you're enjoying yourself today. It's kind of a laid-back, easy-going today. People sitting back in lawn chairs and relaxing and everything, and putting their cars in the lane when they want to, and then they'll back out as Bill Rigall gets ready to make his shot in the 215 Chevrolet. But here comes Bill. He's laying down some speed now. At half track, let's pick him up. 190 at half track. We got a number, 212 at the 3/4. At the end of the mile, it's going to be 224.719. 224.719 at the end of the mile for Bill. Bad boy Bill Rigall. Old Bill's sitting down there smiling from ear to ear, as are his crew members. And congratulations to all of you. All that teamwork paid off. A 224.719 run. I'll tell you what. 545 coming out next. I'll pick that up from you. We're going to be finding out who it is in just a second. It's going to be Dennis Roach, a Kawasaki rider. Downtown Dennis Roach on the way. He tucked in big, man. You can't see that rascal. He's tucked in behind that thing so big. Arms tucked in. Let's go. Trying to get. Oh, he actually stood up a little bit. I'm not figuring it out. It goes to 172 at the half mile, bumped up to a 184, looking strong at 3/4, and then went away on him. Between the 3/4 and a mile, went from 184 to a 176. It's got to be gearing. The weather and everything's great, and it's got to be gearing in these vehicles for them to. But there's a consistency there. A lot of guys, for some reason, in no man's land out there, between 3/4 of a mile and a mile, something weird's happening to them. That's where you want to really be picking up and pushing it out the back door. Not the case. Sidine Martin coming out now in a Yamaha. She's got a good record. She's got a good time going here. We're she's holding the best of class. She's at a 2:15.879 for the mile. For a 3/4 mile, the mile, she's at a 2:05. So 2:15 is a big number. See what happens. Listen to the end of the run. Holy cow, let's see what we got. 2:23.325. Wow, 195, 2:15, and a 2:23 at the end of the mile. 2:23.325.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Kawasaki 216 coming out here. Vitelli, I believe it is. Whoever it is, they're coming this way real quick. You listen to them wind it up, and at the half-mile mark, you won't hear any shifting after that. That's it. That's winding the motor right there. Wow. Man. 166.914. Good run with a 131 at the half mile, 154 improving at the 3/4 mile, and then pushed it out the back end with the 166 at the end of a mile. So they got something figured out, and that Kawasaki, they're not flattening out by any means. They're pushing that thing all the way through. They're pulling it on the big end of that track.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Andrew Windall coming out now in a Chevy Corvette. We've seen him a couple of times here today. In class, he's got the best speed. He's got half mile to 149, 3/4 mile to 166. At the mile, he's quick at a 180. And they also pushed it on a mile and a half to a 138. So this guy's got a handful of trophies going home with him if he can keep everything cool. But he got to hang on to these speeds tomorrow and the next day. And he knows some of the heat's going to be coming after him tomorrow. Meanwhile, enough said, enough talking, he's going to the other end. 179.354 for the mile. Pushed it, hey, listen to this number. Pushed it real big to the other end. Get this, half mile 154. 3/4 of a mile 166. A mile 179. He's still climbing. Get this, mile and a quarter 186. He's running the right gear in that puppy. Whatever it is, he's doing it right. Because, man, that car was constantly pulling all the way through the mile and a quarter mark. Windale looking awfully good.
Course is clear.
Philip Landry coming out now. 32 Ford Roadster for all you hot rod guys. This is the car that made an industry. He's got a good, healthy sound to this car, I noticed. Get a lot of fiberglass replica bodies. I don't know if this is real steel or not. Trying to go 125 mile an hour. Been around the ECTA, East Coast Timing Association, by 5 or 6 years. He's a former street rod. Some drag racing behind him, and now he likes land speed. You're going to see a lot of that coming. A lot of people are going to come over to this sport from other motorsports. He holds the record at Bonneville with the car. It's powered by a Flathead, an early model Ford engine, and it's a Fox body, so it's a replica body. Now he too, he's trying to better a 125. It doesn't look like he's even under power right now. Looks like he's trying to get off the track. Yeah. So a tough break for Phil. Then we'll go back and I used to have one of those cars. Had a lot of dreams with it too. I guess we all do though, don't we? So Philip Laundry having some problems with his little 32 Roadster flathead vehicle. And that was before they came out with the overhead engines like the 265 Chevys and the 4292 Ford engines and stuff like that. That little flathead was the engine. When drag racing started, that was the engine that everybody ran. John Cross, Dodge Challenger. He's bad. That's all I'm going to say. Watch this guy. 174 at the half mile, 192 at the three-quarter mile. Bingo! 206.849 at the mile. Rolled out the back door with a 163 on the mile and a quarter, went a 163. So the 206 is what he was shooting for. He got it, trying to stay on the other side of the 2 number. I tell you, that Cross guy's got something figured out with them Dodges. Martin Miller coming out now, another 32 Ford Roadster.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Well, at one time, at 32 Ford Roadster, you go to any race in America, you'd find them anywhere from supercharged A-gas, supercharged cars to low 4-cylinder and 6-cylinder cars to V8, small V8s, big V8s, mountain motors. This body style, like I say, it made automotive history because anytime you said, I got a 32 Ford, man, you're cool. Guy's looking pretty good right now. He goes a 142 at the half. 155, he's picking it up, laying it down. Bingo, 170, 170.584. He called him Pops. Grandma, he got started in Bonneville years ago, about 1986. Junior drives the car first for him. Went to the first salt flats when he was 8 years old. He said he hung around in 9. He said he wanted to be a racer, and that's what he and Granddad did. 3rd generation here, but Pops is doing his thing. Maiden Isle, record since 1996. People listen to that guy when he goes to the line. I tell you that. That's really neat. The 2nd, 3rd generation, having fun, taking your grandkids, taking your kids with you, meeting new friends, meeting people from all walks of life. What about Americans you're going to get? It's called the East Coast Timing Association. We're sure happy to have you with us this weekend. We hope you're enjoying yourself. We got a program today. We go again tomorrow. I have to go tomorrow all day and then Sunday. So the racing's just begin. I want to thank the crew for working with us. Like I say, work with a lot of volunteers here, and we appreciate everybody coming and volunteering your time to help put this event on so that we can meet some of these fine people and keep this sport alive and keep it growing. I think this is the growing part of the motorsporting world as we get ready for the next driver, Dan Robach, coming out in a 14 Chevy Corvette. He's got some mile an hour going for him, 175, 196. Oh, right there, a 200.445. 200 mile an hour, that's all you got to go. 200.445 at the mile marker. He's got a good gearing combination, 175 at the half, 196 at the three-quarter, and 200 at the mile. So these guys that are figuring this gear, I think that's the whole thing. They're figuring the gearing out. But for love of me, I cannot figure these motorcycle guys out. They can take these motorcycles and wind them as tight as they do, and they don't shift in the second half of the course. And when they run, I'll keep my mouth shut so you can hear them not shifting. It's awesome. So what are you doing tomorrow?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
We're probably at some.
Good.
How long are they stay here till?
Want you folks to know I just made a new best friend up here. I'm just really happy to let you all know that. We've been up here tap dancing around, whistling zippity-doo-dah all afternoon. Hope you're as happy as we are because we're having a ball. Somebody's making a move on this run. It'll be Fred Gianimo, I believe it is, on a Kawasaki. God, listen. Winding it right now. another 200 mile an hour run. He goes a 200.624 again on the other side of 200. 179 at the half, one three-quarter game of 193, and he bombs out the back end of the mile at a 200.624. They're going to have supper tonight, and Fred's buying. Jennifer Wells is coming out next. She's a former middle school Spanish teacher, see. She now sells real estate. She's supposed to be supported to be driving her GT500 with his newly built engine. But COVID's kind of slowed everything down like it did a lot of things in getting parts and so on and so forth. So today she's going to be intense and have fun with her infectious smile. That's true. Doesn't let any of the glasses fool you. She has her eyes on the finish line and hopes to run a 172.5 mile today. So we'll keep an eye on that. So the number she's looking for will be the first number I'll give you at the half-mile mark. Jennifer Wells out of Michigan, Plymouth, Michigan, he calls home. CT Performance. See what she's got at the half-mile. Wants to go a 172, doesn't do it. She goes a 162, backs it off to a 139. So she's 10 miles under where she wants to be. So they'll go back to the computer, put it on top of right over the driver's head of the driver compartment on the roof. Take that little computer, that's right, and take their little hands to go around and tune that car and never touch the motor. It's amazing how all this electronics works, and that's just the world we're living in now. We have to adjust to that. Where we used to take a timing light and a distributor, and we'd be trying to sit. These people just punch a button and it all works for them. But that's due to the people like Harley Carburetor and people like that build these fantastic fuel injection systems. And I'll tell you what, if you're looking for any kind of performance parts, keep the name Harley in mind. And when you call them, tell them you're with Land Speed Racing. Let these people know who's spending money with them. And you'd be surprised. They're supporting us. Bill Thompson and his crew out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, they've been good to us and everything. But keep them in mind because we want to help them sell products. They make good racing products. If you're going to spend money, might as well buy good stuff. I think Holly's where you're going to get it. This is Jennifer. Mark Weller and Pontiac Firebird coming out, making a shot. You look at it, it's internet. All you tractor guys, farm guys, get this. It's international red. If you look at the floor mats in it, they got international tractor floor mats in this puppy. A little smoke coming out of him. Pulls it over to the side, trying to get out of the track. Safety crew, we see them making a move on that end of the track. He's trying to get off himself. There is an exit ramp up there. He's trying to get to it. I don't think he made it far enough off the track. But I think that's his second run of the day. Yeah, the safety crew's going out to get it squared away. I saw a little bit of blue smoke coming out of it. I don't know if he missed a lower shift or what. Now, the car's under its own power now. I'm glad to see that. Sucker sure sounds good. Man, look at that front suspension. A little bit bouncy on him. Sucker sounds like a race car. I tell you what, like I say, I'm thinking the first, second shift may have gone away on him or something because I did see some blue smoke coming out. Then the car started to settle down, then he got away from it. So I guess when he missed, or the gear went away on him, he decided it wasn't worth chasing it. Got the car stopped, got it in gear where it's supposed to be, and drove it on through. So after waiting in those staging lanes that long, it kind of makes for a tough day. But Mark will be back in that Firebird, and I'm sure we'll be ready to take a shot for us. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to get him back and get things going again.
The crew vehicle appears to have cleared. Was there one or more?
I'm seeing the crew vehicle clear, and I'm seeing what looks like to be the race car about to exit the course and come onto the taxiway.
Perfect. That's what I see from here too. Let us know when he clears.
Affirmative.
Well, 4:30 in the afternoon. Been a good day of racing so far. We're still getting things going. Keep an eye on the staging lanes to see how many people are going up there. We're going to keep going with it. I don't know what if there's a shutoff time. That's kind of we understand the course is clear. We're getting ready to go with Wheeler. Didn't make the run. We're going to go with Doug Wyatt. It's a little Fiat. That's a cool little thing. A 2013 Fiat 500. And Wyatt, in his class, get this, a half mile, he went a 1:13.350. And a 3/4 mile, he went a 1:04. He's slowing down a little bit at a 1:06. Then at the mile, he comes back up past the 1:04 to a 1:05.202. In the class, he holds all the fastest times for this particular run. Basically, we're saying he's building a new Mustang drag car, and he couldn't get it done in time, so he figured, what the heck, I'll just take my hill climb daily driver, this little Fiat, and go run the miles with it. He's out of Lake Grass, Michigan. Look at that little thing, will you? That's cool. He's got to be having a ball in that thing. Yeah, he uses that car for road racing and hill climbing back in Michigan. Big drag racer. Of course, everybody in Michigan, big drag racers, you know. Didn't get that car done, so he brought this one down to run it. So whatever, we're glad to have him with us here today and hope he comes back and finds a home with the East Coast Timing Association. Speed, that little car went 128.205 mile an hour in a mile. Half mile was a 111, then he bumped to a 3/4 mile. He went to a 122. Now he's on the way at a mile, 128.205. That is a number. Brian Brock's coming out now, Chevrolet Corvette. Seen Brian a couple of times. He's best in the class so far today. So far at the half mile, he's got the record at a 140. At 3/4 of a mile, he's sitting on top of this thing at a 153.425. Then Brian comes up at the mile with the big time number at a 168.919. Now we're going to be talking the mile and a quarter. He's out there at a 127.173. All four disciplines of distance. That little black Corvette has got him. His mile time this time is a 168.130. That does not beat the 168.919, but he's staying consistent. Half mile, 140. 3/4 of a mile, 156. Mile, 160. He's a mile off on everything through there. 1 mile and off at a half, 3/4, and a mile. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Nader Benzo going to make a run now for us. He's been out a couple of times today. Had some problems a little bit earlier. One of the runs, I think he had a transmission problem, but we're glad to have Nader back with us again. He had a good run earlier when a 161 in the half mile, went a 169 in the 3/4 of a mile, big number at a 176. So he's a player. Last time out, didn't get the run he wanted. Let's see what's going to happen here. Been a gearhead all his life, he says. All he ever wanted to do was to go drag racing, have fun, or go round racing. It's his second time with the East Coast Timing Association. He hopes to be back many more times in the future. I tell you, he'd welcome back anytime. That guy's got good equipment, runs good. Man, he drives that thing way past that finish line. Way past that finish line. I mean, way past that finish line. Okay, he made the turnaround. I didn't know. I got him. Thought he was going to do a little flat track in there to get that sucker through the corner. He's off the track. We're waiting for it all clear. We'll find out who we got coming up next.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Calvin Smith making a shot. Now, I hope it's the same Calvin I know. I've worked with him on a project before. Started life over in Ohio, moved into the Indiana area. Big chassis builder and with sprint cars and race. He's been around everything. And he's got a Lakester that he sets the world speed record with at Bonneville. And he's got 2 cars here. I think they're both for sale. They're Lakester Bonneville type cars, but I'm hoping it's the same guy. He's out of Charleston, North Carolina. ZR1 2010 Calvin Smith. Might just be the same name. I don't know. If it is, I apologize to this guy. And everybody tell Calvin Smith back in the pit area that I know what a wonderful man he is, because I just told everybody how wonderful you are, Calvin. Let's see who's coming up next. Run was a 145, a 175.575 on the mile. Backed it out to a 145 on the mile and a quarter. 3/4 mile was a 164, a half mile was a 144. So he definitely was pulling. He had a gear in that thing. He was pulling it all the way through. Is there any way? Is there any way you can get their number from him that you can put on here?
Yeah, I could take a pen and write down.
Okay, yeah, 'cause that, man, if you could do that, would make your job so much easier. And I hope, I mean, if that's okay with you guys, 'cause I like what she's doing. Is that you running out there?
I'm not driving, Brad's driving,
Oh.
but I've never been in Charlotte, North Carolina.
That's what it said, Charlottesville.
I don't know where they got that. I'm
From police-
Glasgow, Kentucky.
Oh, that's what I'm telling everybody about. From
Yeah.
police records, it says Charlotte.
Okay. No, Brad's in the car.
Okay, thank you. That's your son, right?
No, that's part of the sunshine. Purple.
Okay, Brad.
Yeah, Brad Rorton.
Okay,
In the car, in the
okay.
yellow car.
Okay, we'll get it.
All right. I was just standing there by when you were talking, so.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not like a wrestler from Park. Hang in there, Calvin. If you can find that, yeah, Calvin Smith. You need to stick
That
that
is the car I built though, Harmon.
Okay, the blue one is?
Both the yellow one too.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Put that on Calvin Smith. I'm going to teach you the East Coast Timing Association fight song. You ready for that? Nobody knows the trouble. Nobody knows my sorrow. Where? Is that where, are you in the hold on the helicopter? I'm going to scare the hell out of him if you're trying to win.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Uh-huh. Tom Schaefer coming back. Is he going to be the next fella out? We understand. This time on his Ducati. He's on the way. Listen to these guys. I'm just going to shut up and listen to him come down that track. Wow. 170 mile an hour, 170.519. Now get this. At 3/4 mile, he was at a 170.616. He backed up just a tick, went a 170.519 at the mile. So anything that seems like it's going to happen is going to happen in no man's land out there between the 3/4 mile and the mile. And that's where these guys are winding these motorcycles up so tight. We went through a rash earlier, if you remember, this afternoon, a couple hours ago, of guys having transmissions right at the half-mile mark. Guys that ran earlier in the day, and they came back and had some transmission problems, cars and bikes. Now everybody seemed to have it figured out. And Steve Buchanan comes out now in his little 99 Chevrolet truck. Okay, we understand it's going to be a rookie pass. We're going to see him make a shot to the half mile. Let's listen to him. Half mile, 124.241. I guess they're looking to make sure he can handle the vehicle and everything, shut it down and everything. I don't think anybody told him that. Half mile was a 124. 3/4 of a mile was a 128. He's just playing around with the 128. Goes the full distance just to get a handle on the field of this vehicle. Goes to 126 there. So they're going to be happy with him. And I would imagine tomorrow we'll be able to see him bust some big numbers in that truck. They can get those little trucks through the air. It's amazing. But one thing you don't see on those trucks that NASCAR runs and everything, and you won't see it on this truck for some reason, behind the driver's compartment, there's a little angle there between the top of the cab where the driver sits down to the rail of the bed of the truck. It's kind of a triangle. And what they do, they keep the air out of that distance. So aerodynamics is even really effective on the trucks. A young lady is going to be racing tomorrow in Talladega. She's aware of that. She'll know what it's all about. We appreciate her coming. Jennifer Joe, we appreciate you coming and being with us today. I wish you all the luck in the world, not only tomorrow, but then throughout your future. You've already got over 160 wins. You've proven yourself to be a winner. Never been any doubt in that. I hope somebody looks at you and says, hey, let's get behind this girl and go places and go fast. And I think you'll take them with you, and I wish you all the luck in the world. Mike Lawrence makes a run now, coming up in a Kawasaki. He's run earlier today, went a 177.5 mile, 177 on the 3/4 mile, dropped down to a 165 on the mile and a 162 on the mile and a quarter. So his half mile time was as quick as mile an hour of the day at a 177. Let's see what he does now. Whoa, talking about numbers, get this. Half mile, 182. 3/4 of a mile, 193. Man, just a bump. A mile at a 198.282 mile an hour. I tell you, running from half track to the other end, you got to have a wedgie or something going for you to have enough nerve to do that without shifting that motorcycle. That's just amazing. That was a tremendous run he just made right there. A 198.282 for the Kawasaki. Mike Lawrence doing his thing. Mr. Wedgie, we're going to start calling him.
Course is clear, course is clear.
Out of Townsend, Delaware, we got a Goody Goobers Racing. It's Ken McLaughlin coming out in the 2020 Chevy. He had some problems earlier today. Couldn't get the mile an hour he wanted out of the Yoko Chevrolet. 143 at 3/4 of a mile, drops down to a 114 at the mile and 93 mile an hour. So he's getting the first half down. Now 143 would have been a good number if he could have gone from there up. He didn't. They got the half track and it just kind of went away on him. So they'll get back in the pit area and get that figured out. We appreciate him coming all the way from Delaware to help us. He said the electric bike is taking home more records than Aaron Brown. Aaron, did you hear that? The electric bike is taking home more records than Aaron Brown. I'll let you guys figure that out. I know there's a hidden meaning there, and Aaron, I don't want to get involved in this. But they'll try to get that little yellow Chevrolet going. I'll guarantee you the Ford guys that seem to have it figured out today. Chevy Corvette guys, we're impressed with them. They're doing something. Chrysler boys, you guys are hanging it on the wall. I tell you, I think it's been a good day of racing right now, and tomorrow's only going to be better because the groundwork's been laid. And I don't know. I'll tell you one thing that'll happen tomorrow that we don't have today. Today's the first day on this track, and this track, any kind of surface like this, it'll get dust in it, down in the surface. Well, today you've been running these cars on it that normally don't run. The wind's blowing, and tomorrow you'll actually have a cleaner track. Stan White, Silas White, teaming up out of Tennessee, Grandview, Tennessee. Look at this thing. 1993 Ford GT50. 133 or 149. The mile time was a 155.548. Mile and a half at a 156.576. He's going after that mile and a quarter record. I tell you what. He drove that puppy out the back door big time. Joined 2020, joined the East Coast Timing Association. He raced the Texas Mile in 218, 219. Been to Bonneville Salt Flats in 17, 18, and 19. So he started getting into it in the late 20s. That runs a 4.8 liter gas engine, no nitro on it. And our puffer got a 166 mile an hour with that combination. So you know it can make it. Stan can make it happen. And then Silas too. They're making it happen right now out of Texas. Grandview, Texas. Python Performance Products. That's who he goes by, Python Performance Products. Somebody's on the way. Tim Faith, been down the track many times today. You know, one thing that's cool about them motorcycle guys, they don't know parachute or anything. They're having fun all the way to the end of this track. The men are running down there in that corner and throwing that baby in there and coming off that track. So Tim doing a good job today. We appreciate him coming. All these bike guys, you guys have done a real good job for us today, as I'm sure you do everywhere. But it's been my first involvement with the sport. I've really enjoyed working with you guys today, and a lot of good people in this sport. I'm glad to see it, and I'm glad to see it on the way. And if you have family, I think you ought to look at the possibility of getting involved in this sport. It's a good racing sport to have your family involved with. Joe Jolly coming out now in a '69 Mustang. He's kind of happy old fellow, lives in the North Pole. It's a different Jolly. He's out of Trenton, Michigan. Number 159, Trenton, Michigan. The Jolly family started drag racing in the 60s and have been involved in some way for over 50 years as a crew. Bob Kodet and Larry Gay and Abdu 2-0, whatever that means. That's got to be a secret thing. They work with and help them go with what they do. They run 195 at the Ohio Mile. Could be going there today, right now. Keep an eye on him. .182 mile number, 151 at the half mile, 168 at the 3/4 mile, and a 182 at the mile. I call it the spray can car. If you look at it, you'll understand why. Hey, give me a hand in the pit area. Listen, we're looking for a transmission. We're looking it's a 4-speed manual transmission. We've got to have a fine spline input and a 400 output. Again, we're looking for a 4-speed transmission manual. Got to have a fine spline, input and a 400 output on that transmission. If you can help us out, please let us know. Richard Prosser is the fellow that's looking for it. I believe he's got a red Camaro, if I'm not mistaken, pitted right around the announcer's tower over there. So keep it in mind, a transmission, if you can know anybody or you got something or people live here or whatever, let's see if we can give him a hand and get this thing going again. But 4-speed manual, fine spline input, 400 output, see if you can do us some good. Thanks a lot. Cody Blue making a shot right through there. Blue goes to 184.729. Half mile time at a 146, 3/4 of a mile to 171, but that mile nabbed it at a 184.729. Mr. Cody Blue out of Hartsville, Alabama. Rocket City over there. Have you ever been to Huntsville? Boy, it's a neat little town. And if you have a child or a grandchild, buddy, that's the place to go. They got a space center over there that is just awesome. And they really gear up to kids. And I'm serious. I'm not on the Chamber of Commerce for Huntsville, Alabama, but I tell you what, it is a good place to take your family. Good little clean, safe community over there, and just inside the Alabama line. And a lot of people go to Talladega, drive through it, buddy. They're on. I'll guarantee you, there's a bunch of them going through there today. I forgot NASCAR's over there this weekend, and Jennifer Joel Cobb will be making her trip over there. She may have already flown out of here. Those NASCAR drivers, boy, they bounce in and bounce out and do appearances and all this kind of stuff. But we appreciate her coming over and being with us today. I think she busted the 214 mile an hour number or something like that. And now she's going to go over and play with the guys in Talladega and see what she can do. Keep an eye on her if you pull for her. You know, let's get behind this girl and see what we can do to do what we can make her help. And she's already proven she can do it. She got over 160 wins in her feature wins in her career. And she just needs to put the right combination together, and she could definitely be a player in the NASCAR Truck Series. Also, I don't know who's sponsoring that girl, but look at the side of her truck, see what the name of that sponsor is, and support them, because that'll help support her. Okay, keep that in mind. All these sponsors you see, they're very, very important to these sports, because without you making a profit and being able to be a sponsor and help them, they wouldn't be racing. So that's one of those circles that comes around. What goes around comes around. And hopefully if you can help her on her race truck, she can help you sell product, make your deal go. So enough said, let's just keep pulling forward. We appreciate her coming and racing with us. You okay? It's hard to believe you get that. What? What's going on? Panic now. You okay, ma'am? Okay, good. Need any help? Get us. Kevin Edmonds. Is that Kevin on the Harley? Supposed to be a Harley. I should have a different sound to it. It does. There's your shift. That's the vehicle I was telling you about. It runs a unique class called a bagger class. If you look at the motorcycle, it's got these saddlebags on the back of it where you carry your clothing and stuff like that when you're traveling off-road. And Harley's really big into highway riding and stuff like that, so they've got a record out there for the fastest bagger in the country. And I think that's it right there. I think you just saw him making a run. So, Kevin, we appreciate what you're doing there. Keep up the good work. Congratulations on being the national record holder. Time at the mile was 155.952. At the mile, it was a 155.952. get this, at the end of the 1.25 miles, I told you some of these people go out there a 1.25 miles time. He did. He went a 1:58 at the 1.25 miles, 200. 1.25 miles was a 1:58.200. Pat Williams coming out now in a 77 Porsche 930. Kind of been the surprise car of the day. I say that, and really it shouldn't be. But the car's so small, and you look at it, you think, there's no way it's going to be a competitive race car. And for years, I mean years, it dominated European racing. Not up in the Formula One series, but in the class racing. Just a real bad hot rod Volkswagen is what it is. But look at this. 177.655. That's a number. 177.655. That's his quickest time of the day on the mile. Earlier he went a 175.816. But on the mile this time, Pat goes a 177.655. It's really interesting. His first run on a half mile, he went a 130. Excuse me, a 149. We're getting a 130 this time. Won a 167 and a 167 on the 3/4 mile. But when he came out of no man's land, went a 175 compared to a 177. An Audi S4 coming out, 93-year model. Jeff Gurner doing the driving. Somebody's winding one up. Sounds like Jeff's headeth our way. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure we've seen Jeff today in this particular car. Man, look at this sucker go. 163 or 191. Look at this thing. Bad. 202.11. How about that? 199 in the 1.25 miles, but a half mile to 163, 3/4 of a mile, 191. He's on his way, and he gets to that mile. It's a magic 202.11, 202.111. And he pushed it past the 1.25 miles at a 199.512. That guy could have picked up 2 national records on that run right there, a 202 and a 191. 99, excuse me. So Jeff doing a great job, buddy, in that little Audi. I wonder if that's a 4-wheel drive version of that car. I know they make a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Had to try to get back in the pit area in the morning. And now that I've seen these guys run, I'm looking forward to getting back in the pit area and look at the cars up a little bit closer and see what's going on, ask some more questions. Brad Skippy Rhoda coming out now. Out of Iowa, the great state of Iowa. I want to thank Blueprint Engines. Those guys make some good engines, rebuild engines and stuff. They want to thank Creamy Metal Fabrication and Trick Tools. He's been racing and working around race cars for about 30 years. That means he's a kid. Okay, this is a Bonneville type car. Check it out. This is one of the cars that I was telling you about that he's gone. He got a run going for him. 155, 181, 179. 179.069. Dropped 2 miles an hour from the 3/4 to the mile. Calvin Smith, the fellow I've been talking about, he'll go back. He built that car originally, held a national world record with it, sold it to these guys, and that car is for sale. If you want to get involved in land speed race, you might want to go back there and talk to those guys. I think they'll work a deal. It's a family operation. Father and a couple of sons going racing, having a real good time out of the state of Iowa. Got hooked up with Calvin Smith, and it worked out real good for him. Now, Smith himself is going to be out tomorrow, but his son's going to be driving. He's got a dragster that comes out of the Kentucky Motorsport Hall of Fame, and we'll be talking about him tomorrow, about what's going on there. So I'm always one of these guys that believes the story behind the story is many times a better story. And I believe that. We got to know something about these guys, more than mile an hour and speed and ET. You got to know a little bit about them and their personalities and what have you. I never knew so many speed racers used to dance with the Chippendales. So I went to a meeting the other night, and I introduced everybody in there. Oh, he was a Chippendale. Oh, he's a Chippendale. My God, I didn't know Chippendales had that many people in there. And then they said, no, we meant Chippendales, bigger guys. I said, oh, okay, well, I can go with that. So a lot of things happening today. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I don't know how deep we're going into this day, but how many guys are in the starting line. But I do know I'm not going to go anywhere and sit down and have conversations tonight for supper because my voice is just about gone. What I'd like you to do is to see if there's any way that you could find out and get the number and put the number there.
That's what I've been doing.
See, the only thing that I'm not getting there is the information down here.
Right.
But see, that's asking a hell of a lot of you all to print that information. So if I could just read it like I am, just kind of pick it up and add to what you're doing. So I'm completely satisfied with what y'all are doing there. Are you?
Would it be easy tomorrow to just add the number?
The numbers would help her.
I,
Numbers would help her.
Just shut down. He has stopped on the taxiway, so stand by.
So I guess when people fill out, now they
So
put their
all
number
the
up there right next to their
Well,
name.
yeah, what you need to do is put that number in.
Card number is the number that they assign to the driver, so they'll have to do it as they sign the people up, I would think.
I
So
know,
tomorrow
but
should
see,
we tell them their
they
number?
won't sign them up anymore. They're signed up here now. Only ones tomorrow. I doubt they have very many more come in anymore.
Right. Are they gonna have a different?
Hey, you know, folks, speaking of food, we want to thank Andy's cousins for coming out and helping us today and working with us. Keep them in mind, all types of good eating. Good old Southern cooking over there. You got healthy chicken salad. Yeah, lemon pepper jack. 8 wings, 2 sides, 12 wings, 2 sides, pork steaks, ribs, sandwich ribs, hot dog, sausage, corn on the cob, Spanish rice, coleslaw, baked beans, and fries. That's about all Americans you're going to get. And then we got from Andy's, we're going to go over to Jerome's, and he's got the hamburgers you've been looking for your whole life. Hot dog, jumbo dogs, they're here. Barbecue nachos and barbecue sandwiches. Now, also, if you want to get you some candy or chips or soda, Jerome will be happy to take care of you. They got soda, water, all kind of goodies over there. So, kind of like we said, like Will Rogers, a stranger's just a friend you haven't met. So go meet somebody in the food industry in this part of the country, and they'll be happy to take care of you.
Well, unfortunately, he said that he's never met a stranger. You can just walk up to anybody and start a conversation.
Really?
Yeah, and just act like you've known them for years.
Where am I hearing sound from? Where am I hearing sound?
I think it's
Willard Burns knocked the door out of the back. It went a 178 and a mile 178 for Burns and a mile 178.112. Half mile was a 150. He was really picking it up. Went a 167 at 3/4. He was on his way at a 178 was the mile. Pushes it through the mile and a quarter and 145. So at the end of the mile, he backed on the throttle and eased through. But the number he was looking for was the mile. And that was a checkout run, I believe, is what they told me. He was going to be able to take the Corvette through for the first time for the whole mile. So he did a real good job, Willard. Keep up the good work, buddy, and hope we get you back out here tomorrow and get something going for you. Let you put some big numbers on that board.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Okay, let's see. Peter Keister coming our way. Keiser, excuse me. At the bottom of his game here, Keiser. It's a cross. Oh, look at this. Good-looking little Crossley sedan. Peter's one of these never too old to have a happy childhood guys. He runs a flathead Ford motor in it, made in the 1940s and 50s. Supercharger, 671 supercharger on. The only final dragster. This amazing little vehicle. That's got to be a ride. Look at that little puppy run through there. 126, 136, 145. 145.631. That's a number. You imagine being in high school, put about 4 of your best buddies in that thing and going out cruising. Man, you'd have more. He probably still does. I met him yesterday. And like I say, he's one of these guys like me. You're never too old to have a happy childhood. And that's the way it ought to be, I believe. But a 145 point, that's a flathead motor with the big blower on it. For 145.631. It's the first run he's made today. Waiting until the afternoon to make that run. Pulled it all the way through it. 126, 136, 145. Man, that sucker was just pulling itself through the other end. Schaefer coming out now. Tom Schaefer on a Yamaha. Right now, he is looking pretty good. He's got the quick time in this class in the 3/4 of a mile. Chris Wells holds the mile record at a 2:63. Bob Regal at a 1 mile and a quarter at 2:31. Half mile at 2:16. That'll give us something to look at. He goes to 1:45 at the half mile. Cliffs off at the 3/4 mile. He goes a 1:56. He's on the way to a 160. That's a good run. He pulled it all the way through the end, making horsepower all the way through. Motor sound good. No smoke. Sounded good. So we'll get Tom back tomorrow. And he got something to I wonder what a guy like that does when a race is over. He's got 4 or 5 motorcycles. He got to tune and work on and everything. Go back, sleep at the hotel, get up, talk. but he's having a ball. Isn't that great to be able to do something like this you love and share it with people? That's the neatest part. Bringing somebody that does not know anything about this and showing them all the excitement, the fun, the camaraderie, and everything, that makes it fun for us too. When you share something you enjoy and with somebody, I think that's a very important thing and a very positive thing. And I think that's what all racers do. Vance Kirshner, and the Dodge. Dan, this is one of them Dodge I was telling you about. Now, Vance, first time I've seen him today, 218 Dodge Challenger, Demon, half mile to 163. Let's see what's going to happen. 163 to half mile, 180 at 3/4. What's the number? 192.555. Always heading in the right direction. Big Demon. He's trying to get over that 190 mark. He raced a cop one time over a speeding ticket. Got to be a story behind that. His crew members are Mo and Larry, so he goes by the name of Curly, I'm sure. Speed goal, he's trying to go 210. He's close. He's going to get there. Has your vehicle been modified? No. Well, that's not really true there. How long have you been racing with the ECTA? 1 year. So we're glad to have guys like that with us, the personalities they bring with them. Jake the Snake, they call him.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Excuse me. Julian Blas are supposed to be coming out next. Oh, this is a guy with that rocket Nissan, that GTR. Says it's a stock vehicle. Can you imagine going to your local Mazda dealer? Well, it's got one of those little Mazda engines in it. It can crank, I would imagine. Look at that. Man, they bought it, brought 24 people to the races with us today. How about that, man? We're glad to have that. Jay comes out of Chi-Town, the Chicago area, up in northern Illinois. Had a time of 180.723. Here's our lapse time. Half mile, 155. 3/4 of a mile, 170. Mile, the mother load was a 180.723. A mile and a half, he pushed it out the back door. He probably got a record on this one. It was 186.994. Julian, you're looking good today, buddy.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
You're not allowed to be. No, if I hand you on, you can't. I'm going to tell you something. If you're ever speaking to a group of people, Ken Weisenbach supposed to be coming out next. Here he goes. He's on his way right now. Chevrolet Corvette. Weisenbach said he's got this thing where it'll sit down and really pull on the big end. Look at this. He was making some speed down there. Oh, yeah, 205.245. I say he was. Half mile, 158, pulling hard. 3/4 of a mile, 185. He's still pulling hard out the back door of the mile to 205. Knocked down to 197 on the mile and a quarter course. I probably made him a player there, but the number he was looking for, the mother load, was a 205.245.
What were you gonna say though? You said if you're speaking with Karen,
Pardon me?
you said if you could speak to
Course is clear. Course is clear.
what if you yawn, you'll see it.
Yeah, if you're speaking to a crowd and go like, everybody in the crowd will yawn. Seriously, I used to do that on purpose. I go, what's he doing? Rick Lynn making a shot now in this Ford Talladega. He had some problems earlier, and remember the Talladega is the car that Ford came out with to go against the Dodge Daytonas with the big wings on the back. These were the cars, their speed came from the back window, top of the vehicle to the very back window trunks where they made all their speed because the air went over the car. Nope, looks like he's having some problem again with this run. Not really getting the speed he's looking for. Only 92 mile an hour in the first half. Man, I hate to see that. I know the car can run better than that. Just mojo's not right now for that team. See how slopey the back is? The air goes over that car so smooth that the NASCAR actually outlawed it. That's how he got the car. They outlawed it and couldn't run it anywhere, so he went land speed racing. Smart move on his behalf. Well, Rick Lund in the Ford Talladega, I'm sure we'll see him back tomorrow, and I'll guarantee you he'll run better than a 92 mile an hour with that particular vehicle. Is this your? I'm going to steal your damn drink, man.
Power start. Release 1, 2, 4.
Tracy Higginbotham ready to make a pass now. College Station, Texas. Part of that group I was telling you about earlier, the M2K Motorsports group. So you know it's going to be bad. It's going to be a Corvette. More like it's going to be red. Yep, it's all the above. Look and see what we got. Tracy's going to stop the clocks. 182.371 at the mile marker. Half mile was a 157. 3/4 of a mile was a 171. The mother load time, 182.371 at the mile. So I'm sure that Tracy will be back tomorrow. All the boys from Texas to gang up and get that little puppy going and get her going. Got involved in land speed racing with her husband Ted in 2013. Started with a stock 1990 Corvette running around 140s. Fastest she's run so far is in her husband's car is a 63 bet. She went a 206.4 with that car last year here on the 4th of July. She's presently running a 2019 Corvette, which she's run at a 194.5 here in Arkansas. So we appreciate Tracy coming and being with us. And her husband and the whole gang from the M2K operation down in the heart of Texas. Ernest McAfee, I believe it is, coming out now in the Buell. Another one of these guys that runs a long shifter. Listen to this. He's on a rev limiter. Yeah, he's got an electronic system in there. Wouldn't let him go over a certain RPM, and it was telling him, no, I ain't going there, man. Because he had a fistful of throttle, but couldn't get it to go any tighter than it was. Got up to a certain RPM, and it just leveled out. Again, no man's land between the 3/4 mile and the mile. The motor told the rider, I ain't going there. We're going to have to slow down and make some changes here. He still went a 122.466. Half mile time was a 128.719. 3/4 of a mile, 138.975. And the mile dropped down on him from a 138 to a 122. So he definitely had some problems. You could have an electronic system I was telling you about stuttering on him. The box shut him down from a 138 because he would have, if the motor had gone, he'd have gone over 150 mile an hour, I think, on that run. Thomas Egerson, AMC Sprint. Don't see very many of these around. Thomas does have the quick time in his class. Earlier, half mile to 103, a 3/4 of a mile to 103, and the mile at a 102, believe it or not. But being the only one in the class is the best in the class, so let's see what's going to happen. Half mile, he goes to 112. 3/4 of a mile, 117. He's working the number. 117, stayed there. And Again, these run these things at Bonneville, and they like to say AMC. You're going to find guys like this. You're going to find guys that like Studebaker engines and AMC, and this is the only sport you find them in, because other sports don't have classes for them. And these guys are taking engines that some people think are obsolete, and they're making ungodly horsepower with them. And Tom's one of those guys. He's out of Berea, Kentucky, not far from where I live, as a matter of fact, right up by my old Kentucky home. And this little 79 AMC Sprint GT, Norski Racing is a sponsor of the vehicle.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Tower start,
Aaron Brown makes a call again. Ford Fusion, 2018. We've seen Aaron a couple times today. He's gone 225 on the mile. Let's see what he does now. Coming at you. Let's listen. One mile, 222.827, 222 mile an hour, 0.827 mile an hour. He pushed it out the back door, went through the mile and a quarter. Get this, 229.005, almost 230 mile an hour at the mile and a quarter. But at the mile is what we're looking at is a 222.827. I mean, it went at 179 at the half mile, 3/4 of a mile. He's already at the 200 mile an hour mark, went at 203.666. But man, he was rolling. Dan Tucker's going to make the call now with a Mazda Miata, and he holds the class. He's holds the record in this class. I'm trying to think about. He had a 3/4 mile run earlier at 124 mile an hour. Came back, tried to better that, didn't do it. Only got it up to 93 mile an hour, so he had some problems on that run. So we know he's capable of going over 125 mile an hour. Let's see what he does. Run looks decent right now. Okay, he's got some mile an hour going for him. Right there, something happened. I missed a gear or something. It just went away on him. See? So he went a 114 at the half mile, 122 at the 3/4 mile, and a 94. Something weird there, because those two runs before him just mirror that problem. He went a 93.091 on the mile. Then he comes back and goes a 94.231. And right before that, he was going 122 and 124 mile an hour. So there's something in no man's land that's eating that boy's lunch, and he's got to figure it out tonight. I'm going to. Tom Schaefer, once again, seems like I've been saying that guy's name all day long. It's like you think the Schaefer family's showing up. There's a whole bunch of them here, but Tom himself is the guy we're talking about, always showing up on a different type of motorcycle. This one, a Yamaha. Yamaha dominating the road racing circuit this year of the AMA series. Not having much luck on the flat track. The Indian motorcycle seems to be having all the luck on, not luck, they're working hard. The harder you work, the faster you go. And the harder you work, the luckier you get. I don't care what anybody says, but these Indian, I'm surprised nobody has an Indian out here in this sport. There's no telling, but they would really stir up some feelings if they came out, I'm afraid. Well, let's see what Tom does on this one. 98.977, 3/4 of a mile, 104.046, mile, 105.275. What can I say? So Schaefer having the time of his life out here today, laying down some good numbers. You know, that's what's neat about this sport. You don't have to go 500 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour. If your national record is 112 mile an hour, all you got to do is go 113. And it's a doable deal. You don't have to start with where you got to refinance your house. You can start in a class where you want to start, where you're comfortable at. Bring your wife and kids, get you an open trailer, and go racing. Come race with us. We'd love to have you with us. Clark Rosenstringer, I believe it is a 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. Pick up some numbers here for you. He looks good right now. Oh, look at this, 195 at the half mile, 226 at the 3/4. Oh, back on the throttle, 205. But I tell you what, he made a run earlier today and had problems. He's got this thing figured out now. Because earlier today I saw the car this morning. I thought, man, that sucker looks good. And it is a nice car and everything. But the run he made this morning in No Man's Land had some problems with it. But he came right back and got a hair of the dog that bit him. And he's the number runner now, a 226, and had to backpedal down to a 205. But that 226 number could only go up, and that's what he's going to be looking for. It sounded like there was something in the shift. You could hear the engine just for a second hesitate. Well, at this kind of speed, hesitation, buddy, costs you. And I guarantee he's got this thing figured out now.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Power start, free to release 505.
Now, he was at 130 mile an hour holding the quick time in the class. He comes back just in and runs a 126, so he'll be a player tomorrow. Brent Vines at Suzuki. Hayabusa coming out now, 2011 vehicle. Now, this guy holds all the class records here. He won a 162 and a half mile. He won a 159 and a 3/4 mile. 157 in a 1 mile. Look at this.
This is Tower.
Start Steve's going to drive course hole.
180.216. 180.216. Jeez. 180 went from a 157.535 to a 180.216. Think they're not working back in those pit areas, tweaking those bikes and those cars, getting them ready to go? That was a heck of a jumping mile an hour for him right there.
Tower, this is shut down. Course is clear.
Thank
you know, you get to this time of racing event, you got to, things kind of winding down and everything. Want to remind you about, be sure to stop by and pick up some swag, get you some T-shirts and what have you, stickers. I got some free stickers over there. That's cool. Look good on your husband's tool chest or on your refrigerator. I'm sure you'd enjoy that, Mom. But I want to thank the girls in the T-shirt stand, Brittany and Carla, Caleb for giving us a hand, Nicole and Lacey. Want to thank them for their work. And also Kayla and Lacey, they worked with us along with Colt in the tech department, working with us. Really great. We appreciate that. Nicole was there. Dan working with us some time and keeping everything running. Paul, he's kind of served with the runner. These runner guys, Paul, Jason, Jerry, Steve, they kind of go where they needed them, kind of like water. They got to flow into different areas and do different things. We appreciate their support. And remember, these are all volunteers. I want to thank Bill and his wife being responsible for the starting line and getting things going there for us. So a lot of people to make it happy. We hope you enjoyed yourself. I feel like we will all sleep well tonight. And look forward to getting out here tomorrow. But right now, we're waiting to find out what is going to be happening for the rest of the day. When we find out, we'll let you know. But I just kind of want to mention all the people that made this happen. Of course, Steve and CJ, the owners of the East Coast Timing Association. We appreciate their dedication and everything to land speed racing. My first venue here this weekend. But I tell you what, I'm very impressed with your sport and what you do. I see a lot of good growth potential in it. I'm looking forward to doing some more work with you guys and learning more about you and what's going on, and the girls, to see what it's all about. I was in a sport called monster truck racing when it kind of got going like this, and you can see what happened there. Steve Whalen doing just that. He's wailing on the big end. Skipped on him a couple of times. 157 at the half, 167 at the three-quarter, 4 mile an hour faster at that mile, or 171. But it started stuttering on him. He was on 173 in the mile and a half. That's what he was going after, I believe. Because in no man's land, he had a little stutter there. That's that electronic box shutting the vehicle off so it won't over rev itself, and you hear it go like that. That's what it's doing. It's just shutting the engine down and won't let it go any higher. And these guys, like I say, they are starting at half mile on. They're not shifting those rascals, and that's just awesome. You got to be putting a lot of wear and tear, a lot of high RPM for a long time to make them work like that. But Stephen doing a good job. Nails a 173 for a mile and a quarter and a 171 for the mile. Dick Hayden coming out now. He and his wife, Patty, that's it. That's the crew. That's what you got. And it's very important. I got a good friend of mine that runs a circuit, and he and his wife are the only ones that go out and race. They have a good time. They pull in next to all these double stacker trailers, and they've got a single axle trailer type thing, make more money than anybody else and have fun and enjoy each other. So Dick Hayden doing his thing right now, looking good. Big top end charge. 201. He made it, a 201.297 at the mile. All right, 3/4 of a mile is a 274. And a half mile is a 158. He went to the mile at a 201.297. Said that's it. Clicked it off and coasted through at a 114.737 on the mile and a quarter. So he got what he wanted. Got that 200 mile an hour run he was looking for today. Congratulations on the Ford GT 500, Richard Hayden.
This is a rookie run too. He was a rookie, and then this one, next one's a rookie.
He was a rookie.
Yeah, that was a rookie run.
I just got word Richard's a rookie, man. Imagine what that guy's going to do when he gets some time under his belt. Temperance KY Boyd. This is a young lady we were telling you about. She's out of Michigan, runs a Legend car. That's one of the smaller cars that they built to run. Started it down in Charlotte area to get young people going, kind of like a little league of racing. And TK and her mom and dad got together and figured this out. They're sponsored by Simpson and the 314 Motorsports. Kenny's components work with him in the garage shop. I want to thank them for all their help. The car's a 37 Ford sedan. Top speed 100 mile an hour. First time with the East Coast Timing Association. First time land speed racing. Started on a four-wheeler when she was only 3.5 years old. She's an old timer now. The girl's 11 years old. So let's see what she's going to do. She had a good run going today, and right at the half-mile mark had some problems. So let's see what's going to happen. She went through the half-mile at a 57.292. Number coming out 3/4 of a mile at a 46.432, slowing down a little. I don't believe she's supposed to make a full run, is she?
They have her set for time.
So her half track run is going to be a good number for her. That was a 57.294. Now tomorrow, since she gets a rookie pass today, tomorrow she'll be able to run hard. Motorcycle engine sitting in that thing. I don't know, a lot of them use the Yamaha type engines, the 600cc engines to make them work. You can see them on the MAV TV channel or ESPN. They run out of Charlotte like Wednesday night. They have a big get together. A lot of the NASCAR guys get over there and bring their kids over and race those things. They're called legend cars.
Starting at redescent 504.
Would you call Steve and say, Army says it's time to go home? Please. Or say, CJ told Army to tell me to tell you. Whoa, big number coming. Sadie Martin, what am I saying? 210 mile an hour on a motorcycle, 210.882. Congratulations, and look at this, push it out the back door at the mile and a quarter at a 212. A 212.867. Man, it was cooking at the 3/4 mile when look at this, half mile 155. Good number. 3/4 of a mile already right at the 200 mile an hour mark, went on 199.601. Then the mile comes up, knocks it down at a 210.822, and pushes it out the back door of the mile and a quarter at a 212.867. Thomas Dorn makes a call now on the he's one of the Harley boys, 1993 Harley. Different sound than you've been hearing on these other motorcycles all day long. Northeast Coast National, 1964 year, graduated, I might add. Works with racing club members. Want to thank Mark Costello and Danny Franks and Mark Tyler for helping him out. 150 mile an hour in the miles, what he's looking for. And let's see what we can get done for him. Thomas Dolan. Virginia Beach, Virginia. Over around Killdale Hill, Virginia. Home of the Gravedigger Monster Truck. Got something going for him. 130, 137 at the 3/4. Trying to get a 50. Not going to do it. 6 miles short. Goes a 144.370. Trying to hit a 150. They could probably knock it out tomorrow, do a little bit of change and go to the valves to check things out. So he's in the ballpark. He pushed it out the back door really at a 146.891. He might be able to pick up a national record for the mile and a quarter distance. So we'll check back. But these records got to last throughout the weekend. Remember, today's just the putting the targets on the wall. Tomorrow they'll be shooting at those targets, and that's the speeds and ETs these guys have been running all day long today. Gilhopper went a 146, man, had some problems. 3/4 of a mile, he's up in the 180s, drops it down at the mile mark at a 146, so they'll be taking care of that vehicle tonight. Tom Schaefer comes out now with the Ducati. We've seen Tom a couple of times. His Ducati manufactured in Italy and had some tremendous luck on the Formula GT circuit a number of years ago with a little rider out of Australia. Valentino Rossi was riding the Yamaha, Nicky Hayden was riding the Honda, and this kid comes out of Australia and just nails them. And he left. He retired after winning in the World Championship. As 170.681 mile an hour recorded for Tom. 170.681. Anyway, this kid comes out of Australia, nails him. Man, I mean, he'd beaten up on everybody for 2 years. He quits. He goes back to Australia. Never hear from this kid again. Valentino Rossi, the bad guy in Europe, and Nicky Hayden goes over there from Honda in America and everything. They tried to ride that Ducati. They couldn't do it. And I talked to Nicky one day about it. He said, man, that thing will beat you to death. He said, I don't see how that guy rode it. And that's a world championship rider saying that about that motorcycle. He said, if I ever figure that thing out, I will be unbeatable. But he said, until then, he said, that motorcycle scares me. And it's kind of interesting. Valentino said the same thing. The Italian rider, he said, man, I don't know what it is, but he said, that kid from Australia can ride that bike, and he's the only one that ever could. Anybody that's ever gotten on that bike and raced Formula GT haven't done a thing with it. Haven't even qualified to get in the events. Okay, Bruce Warren comes out now. 2011 Cadillac. This is the guy that's talking about it. He brought a lot of his friends with him. We're glad to have him with us. He's out of the Traverse City, Michigan area. Chasing records in his, look at that, street car. 204 mile an hour with a street car. I'm serious, the guy drove down here from Michigan in that car at 70 mile an hour. That's hard to believe. But half mile was 172, 3/4 at a 190, but the mile at 204.825. That's awesome. Had a chance to visit with he and his crew the other day, and it's really amazing, and we appreciate him coming and being with us. Bruce, a heck of a guy. I like spending some more time with him, getting knowing him a little bit better, but he came in, he's busy, he's trying to get things going. He's a businessman, and but this Traverse City, boy named Warren from Traverse City is for real, believe me. Who we got coming out? Looks like Dandelift. James, 68 Chevy. No, that's not it. Yeah, is it? Yeah. Go through, go through, go through. Good run. Made it all the way through. Had trouble this afternoon. Pulls the chute, pulls it down, goes to 214. You ready for this? 214.286. Way to go. He had problems this afternoon, and man got hung up in no man's land. We didn't know what was going to happen. He got it squared away. Definitely got it squared away. It's talking turbocharged vehicle. 184, I understand, at the half mile. 201 at the 3/4 mile. So he was on the way at that point in time. The mile mother load time was a 214.286. How you doing?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good.
You doing anything there? Or just
She's going through the papers and kind of, but she can sit here.
Course is clear.
Harley, this is Bradley, as obviously he's
Hey,
a
Bradley.
DJ
My
and
pleasure.
announcer. I thought maybe you guys want to.
Sure. Well, you want to just jump in here?
Oh, good.
Well, here, you know, here's the name of the car. That's
I didn't bring my
coming.
cheaters, see?
Well, that's you want mine?
But this is Army Armstrong. He's
Bradley
actually
Henry.
Henry.
How you doing? Nice to
Right.
meet
you. I thought you might want to come up and see them.
Definitely.
Got Bradley Henry sitting up here with me now. He's the voice of the Chippendale teams you've heard so much about. Travel across the country. Met Steve at an engagement, when I say one time, but he wanted him to come up. And when you hear him talk, you're going to know he's got that announcer voice, so he'll be able to take care of you. Right now, we're waiting for Brian Mason to come up, Bradley. We're going to keep an eye on him. He's got a Corvette. It's trying to beat the time of, right now, at a half mile, he's at a 167. At a 3/4 mile, he went a 182. Just missed that 100 200 mile an hour
Darn
with a
close,
194. Yeah, that's awesome. Have you been to very many of these events?
No, this is my first one. Mostly, believe it or not, other than just being a DJ doing, all kinds of just regular DJ work, I actually am announcer for Brandywine Polo Club. I announce polo.
Okay,
Polo
cool.
matches.
Yeah,
up and down
all right.
go up and down the East Coast, but pretty much Brandywine Polo is my home polo team.
Well, that's cool. Everybody's got to be doing something. That's really, really
Well,
cool.
we got to be doing something and getting paid to do it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I understand. It's I'm kind of a guy I believe in taking that good music all around. One of the things we got to remember in your prayers tonight, remember them guys that wrote all those songs for us. Isn't that amazing? They were poets. Weren't they?
Makes it easiest for us.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's amazing, and all this technology and everything. This young lady today has been helping me. We've had some things where she's been going through on every run and finding a person that's making a run and making a shot. So that's just, everybody kind of jumped in to help out on this thing. But where are you from? Where's home for you?
I'm up near Vance. They're from Wilmington, Delaware. I'm from Chadsford, Pennsylvania. So right over the Delaware PA state line.
Okay. Everybody bounces around that area.
Exactly. Yeah. Everybody asked us how many days or how many hours it took us to get here, and we said just a little under 3. we were on that G5 that came in the other day. made the trip quick. Who we got here?
Everybody got mad at you. Coming up now is going to be Taylor Carey. Taylor Carey makes a shot. Corvette, nose down, goes through, had a problem there, 123. At the half-mile mark, he is at 152. He's going good 3/4 mile. They're trying to just get that mile, 3/4 of a mile. He jumped from a 152 to a 176, so he's looking good there. Something went away on him. At 176, dropped down to a 123. So he had some kind of a problem there. It's kind of interesting. This is on this run, on this course, you can actually make one run and set 2 national records. Set a national record at the mile, and they'll go a 1/4 mile past it and set a national record at the mile and a 1/4 mile. That's kind of interesting, but they do the same thing out in New Mexico, where you can set a record at the mile, 1.25 miles, and 1.5 miles.
They even go to a full 1.5 miles out there. That means they have some pretty long runways out there.
Yeah, I tell you who it is. It's Richard Benson that has the Virgin Airlines. He's built
sure.
He's built a facility out there that NASA even uses. And
was it like a space shuttle landing area?
That's exactly what it is.
That's why it's so long, because space shuttle, the big lead sled they call it. Yeah.
It's long and it's wide. As a matter of fact, they had to set it down there one time, but where this track's 150 feet wide, his track is 3. He just built it like a billionaire would built it. And Dalen Tate makes his shot out of out of Texas. He's
cooking.
190, 216, 230 mile an hour.
There you go.
230.061. And he goes out the back door pushing the 1.25 miles at a 231.006. I was just talking to you about making one run and setting 2 world records.
And
that's exactly what happened, yeah.
And I think he might be the second fastest today. There was somebody that did 240, I think, earlier in the day, right, on a motorcycle.
It could be, yeah.
So so there's 2 guys right there. They're battling for top spots this weekend.
And this is just the first day, so they'll get this thing figured out. It's kind of interesting. Over in New Mexico, we were talking about that event. Had some wind, and the wind will kill you. And this is boat racing. Wind will just eat you up. It's a beautiful day, but there's wind blowing. The wind's blowing today is working with us, pushing these guys down the track. But it was kind of interesting because out there we had, early in the morning, we had a Camaro go at 251.999. Nobody could make it. Everybody was, 35 mile an hour constant crosswind. Them guys come running the motorcycles. Finally, about 30 minutes to go in the day, this guy said, I'm going to make a shot. Coming down the track now is Armand Hennis, I believe it is, 216 Camaro. First time I've seen. No, he run earlier.
And he looks like he got off back about the 3/4 mile.
Yeah, he backed off. He went over 156 at the half mile. Backed at the 3/4. He's backing down, and when he got to the mile, he'd already pulled out of it.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of these guys, especially this late in the day, is the motors are heating up.
I
So
agree, yeah.
it's a shame. They're getting their aerodynamics down. They're getting their tweaking down. The computers down. They're getting all these things right that it should be running better. But the problem is that heat, and then it's just eating up all that horsepower at the end of the day.
People don't realize how much heat will kill you. And that's why you look at these cars to see all these silver things and everything along the lines. What they're trying to do is keep their fuel as cool as possible.
Exactly right.
Because cooler fuel will explode more, making more horsepower for you. And they come up with all kind of tricks to make that work. You see big cans and looks like a Kentucky moonshiner steel all wrapped up trying to keep that fuel cool, but that's what you got to do, and it's just amazing the detail they go to on these vehicles to make them work. It's just amazing.
I mean, I've just seen that just today. I'm kind of an old gearhead from back in the day, but I'm an old quarter mile, just point and shoot kind of guy. So this is real new in this part, interesting, but I've definitely seen that. So I have a feeling, boy, yeah, tomorrow morning, man, that first hour, 2 hours, we're going to be some big records going then.
Yeah, it's going to look like Sherman coming over the hill of the 3rd Infantry Division. Everybody's going to be heading for that 200 mile an hour. Right there's a car I haven't seen today. Went 179. That's a good number for a full-body Corvette. Andrew Wydell doing his job in the 2011 Corvette. Went a 154 at the half, 166 at the 3/4, 179 still pulling. And all the way through 179 up to 186, so he's pushing out the back door. And here's what I'm seeing, like you were just talking about at the end of the day. A lot of these guys that were shooting for mile records earlier in the day, they've done their thing on the mile, and they're trying to push to go out the mile and a quarter.
They're trying to hit that mile and a quarter,
Yeah.
exactly, hit that tail end of it. I've noticed a lot of Corvettes. I mean, just a lot of Corvettes today.
And I'll tell you one thing, if you're in Texas, you can drive a Corvette, it's red. I'll tell you that right now. These guys with M2KS operation came out of Texas, South Texas. You talk about an operation, and they ought to be, I don't know how to explain. They're just, everybody's happy and go lucky and everything, but man, when they sit in these cars, male or female, put that helmet on.
The competitive juices go.
Man, I'll guarantee you. They're like street fighters. They're like getting in a slapping contest. They're going to come after you. Speaking of coming after you, Jennifer Wells making a shot in her 214 Ford. Young lady making her pass, half mile 171, 3/4 of a mile, must have been a rookie run, a 150. She backed off intentionally at the 3/4 mile mark, so that's an indication that she's just getting her rookie license and everything squared away. They have to make runs a certain distance, half mile, and then you're going to make a 3/4 mile run.
So it's a half, a 3/4, and then I think a mile. Is that what the threes are that you have to do?
That's exactly right.
To get your certification.
And once you get through that, then you're, and really it builds confidence in you. You learn where the gauges and everything are in the car. You learn where the turnoffs are. Because you sit in the car for the first time and try to go 200 mile an hour, man, things go by real fast. And things that your depth and everything.
That's exactly right. And so that's a great way to do it, is kind of ease people into it, going for those 3 different marks. But then once you get that and you get comfortable, it's pretty much pedal to the metal, I guess.
Katie bar the door.
Yep.
And whoever can thank the best. I bumped into a fellow, and he runs an Avani Studebaker, and setting some killer time. And the guy runs a Studebaker engine. Well, Studebaker hadn't made an engine in years. His thing is to take that Studebaker engine and show that it was a competitive engine, and he's done it. It's like earlier today, we had a young man come in here. We were talking yesterday about never too old to have a happy childhood, and he made a run in a little flathead Ford supercharged Crosley. Look at this guy run. Buffeting on just a little bit mile with a 186. What they're doing, okay, 186 at the mile marker and 186 at the a mile and a quarter. But you can hear them, those guys are running such tall gears that at the 3/4 mile, they're locked in high gear and they're going all the way in high gear. They're not shifting up in this area here.
Right. It's almost like they're hitting that red line, that rev line,
right.
and that's what's happening. You can hear it coming. Yeah, the motor's fighting you. The motor's fighting you.
Saying, I don't want to go.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm plateaued. I'm out. You change the gears, maybe we'll go something different. But with what we are, we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, homeboy ain't doing that. We ain't going that way tonight. So.
The next one.
But I don't know. It's a great sport. It's my first time to see one too. Pardon me.
It's a rookie run next go.
Yeah.
Howard, this is
Doug
shut down.
White.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
Doug White is who just made that run.
No, just there right now.
Doug White's coming. Okay, I got him right here. It's a little Fiat. This is a neat little car.
Oh, that's the 501 turbo. We saw that going, and I couldn't believe. I thought
Isn't that amazing?
I thought it was going to go through at 48 miles an hour and 48 miles a gallon, but no, he impressed me earlier.
As a matter of fact, he's going a 113 on a half mile, 122 on the 3/4. Mile time was at 128. And like you say, you see a
Well,
thing,
how can you not be happy at that with that Fiat?
And said when he's not racing that, he's got a drag car he's building, but he takes this one and does road races and street kind of races.
He probably does. He could also do, you know, grocery stuff with this thing. You know, he could
pizza delivery.
That's exactly right.
Look at this thing. Most aerodynamic as a brick. But
No aerodynamics at
Yeah.
all in that thing.
127.280. And pushed it out the
Oh,
back door.
there
That
you
big
go.
number kept his foot in it and won a 131. So it's got to be a quick time for that class.
That's
At
got to
that
be
distance,
really.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
got to be really up toward the top in that class, definitely.
I can't imagine trying to build something to beat that car. I mean, where would you
Not
start?
in that class,
Yeah.
not at
Where
all.
would you start?
Arian, copy.
Okay, Wyatt, let's see. Yeah, you got a 113 half mile quick time, 3/4 mile 122 quick time, 128 quick time for the mile. So every the 4 disciplines, he's there and we're leading all of them today. So
Yeah, he's right there.
yeah, and see, he bumped this one, the 1 to 1 mile and a quarter. He bumped it from a 112 to a 131.
And boy, that's not a mile or two there. That's
No,
a huge
yeah,
jump.
That's a
So
leap
he must
right
have
there.
found some little tweaking to do there.
Well, it's like you were saying. Some of these guys are waiting until later in the day for it to do their thing, and the air gets different. Some of these towns, you
Yeah,
look at it
the
and
density gets completely
Right.
changes. Yep.
and you look around these guys, and we're sitting at 245 feet above sea level. We got good skies, not a lot of humidity and everything. I don't know if there's any lakes or rivers around here, but these engine tuners are tuning for this specific setup. And tomorrow is supposed to be a nice day, similar to today and Sunday also. So we're definitely going to see some world records set here this weekend.
Yeah, you couldn't have ordered better weather than
No,
you have
no.
this weekend. I mean, it's just perfect. Boy, and that car's making a lot of noise from all the way down off the get-go.
Ford truck. Aaron Brown, 39 Ford truck. Look at that. It's a rat
She's
ride.
cooking. She's cooking.
207.
Well,
Yeah, 207. Goes out the back door to 213. Pushes
It-
that mile and a
that
quarter.
is not an aerodynamic shape at all. And he hit that. That's just saying horsepower
Yeah.
wins over
Well,
aerodynamics.
Now there's a story here. Aaron, he's been involved in NASCAR for years. He got one of the best crews you're going to have out here, and they make that 4 horsepower. They work with Jack Rouse and Jim Judge.
Oh, the Roush motor, sure.
Yeah, and they really get out there and get after it. He runs a fab shop and does a lot of specialty work for NASCAR teams. And his whole crew are NASCAR guys that come over from NASCAR teams and work with them. And it's really weird. You walk to the pit area, and you can tell because there's a rhythm, and they all stay right there together because they're used to being on a team. But when they unload that thing and point the finger at him after they got him in there, say fired up, he knows he's getting in a safe, fast race car, and that's a perfect example right there. Because he also owns the car that the young lady drove today. That
The girl from NASCAR.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw her run.
Yeah.
She can. That's a runner right there.
Oh, let me tell you.
Yeah, she's the real deal.
If she could just get that dollar sponsor behind her, she's run over 160 feature races, and NASCAR knows it, and they're trying to pull people in to help them. They're trying to get a diversity thing going, but I'm surprised somebody hadn't picked her up because it's not a, well, she's a girl. No, she's proven she can run with
No,
these
you
guys.
know, and Danica did that. You know,
There
got
you
some
go.
sponsors, and then there you go. So, you know, and the thing is, Danica had some moderate success. The thing was, she had a lot of finishes. That was the thing, even though she didn't have a lot of tops. But you know what? Maybe this is this is the time for the next one to come along.
She sold
Maybe take
lot
a
of
checkered
product.
flag.
She
You
sold a
know.
lot of product, and that's what Jennifer Jo Cobb's the young lady's name, and she did a good job. Danica Patrick, we were talking about her. Janet Guthrie, remember her?
That's
She
sure.
started- yeah. Now, here we go. This is a new vehicle. I haven't seen him today. Louis Poirier.
Another vid.
Yeah. 131 went on 139 to half mile, 153 at the 3/4, pulled back on it at a 131. So no man's land caught up with him somewhere. Something happened there. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, you can almost hear the exhaust. He kind of just started getting right back off it.
Settle down. So. But,
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be another great day. It's going to be, I think, in the lower mid 70s. As long as that humidity doesn't catch up with us,
Exactly.
then we'll be okay. The humidity is not your friend.
well, and out here at an airport, the sun, will warm you up.
Sure.
But one thing that's interesting, everywhere you go in the country, you're gonna get a different sunburn if you messed with this stuff out in the open like that. I used to go to Indianapolis all the time for the drag races. Oh my God, I've got burnt so bad there, but I was the happiest guy in the world. But I remember crawling under, before everybody had box trailers, I remember going up there, I was about 15 years old, cutting the last grass and everything, saved my money, went up to Indy. I got so hot, I crawled underneath the trailer, an open trailer, and I looked over, and there was a big old dog. He was hot too. He was on the other end of that
He
trailer.
knew where the shade was.
Yeah, we kind of looked at each other like, we ain't gonna hurt each other, are we?
Who do we have coming up next?
Lewis Pryor, I believe. 210. No, we got Chris Wells making a shot in his Corvette.
Starting your free to start 112.
He's the competition.
Another
now.
Corvette. What
Yeah.
what year we got here?
It's 210. I'm sitting here looking. He's holds 4 records right now in the class. Wells is all over this thing. He's been running all day long. Been running since this morning. He's not afraid to get out and well on that car.
Be interested to see, end of the day, if that engine, it's warm, the fuel gets a little warmer, to see what he does here.
Well, one thing that helps the engines as far as this type of start they can go. Now he's trying to better a 263 on this mile side of this thing. Let's see what he does. I don't think we got it right now. He's got a problem.
No,
doesn't
he's
have the speed
way
he
off
needs,
it,
yeah.
way off the mark, yeah.
But one thing about, we were talking about, the start of this is really good, because in drag racing you leave, you got shock, man. You got to slam those tires into the ground. You got to work that chassis and everything. And here you don't have to do it. They'll tell you, okay, here's the starting line. How you cross it's up to you. If you want to drill it out, that's fine, or you want to start 10 feet behind it and just drive it out. Well, what you're going to find is most of the guys do that. They don't really, they just drive it out.
Yeah, definitely. It's what does they say? It's slow and steady will win that race, and
Yeah.
that's for sure. You don't want to smoke the tires on these. And I noticed, saw that with Vance Kirshner in that Dodge Demon, and I was talking to him earlier, and he said, for the up to 100, it was
could
still
break 'em
breaking
loose, yeah.
loose, and so you have to learn how to redrive all over again. You have to learn how to start all over
each
again.
car's got its own personality. I'll tell you what, the Dodge boys have impressed me here today. I'm anxious to see what Sunday afternoon, what it all boils down to, because you get bragging rights and pride and all this stuff involved. And I'm sure corporate America's watching what's going on here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, it's Kevin Edmund making his shot, Harley Davidson. Different sound completely. That's the start running today. Go to 152. It's interesting that class is derived because Harley sells so many of what they call the fat boy bikes, the big bikes.
Yep.
And they had the big packs in the back where they carry all the tools. Well, that's what they call a bagger. That's a nickname for that. And they actually made a class for that in land speed racing for bagger motorcycles. Yeah, that's the one you can ride on the street. Got the big bag, the big
So
windscreen,
total street bike
Yeah.
that they took. So
Yeah.
it wasn't like the Buell, the racing division of Harley. No,
Exactly.
it's just
No, this
pretty
is
much a
their
stock
thing, yeah.
showroom Harley,
And he still goes out.
take
He
it.
goes 152.233. That tells you something about it. Harley can still make it. I want Harley to get fired up again. I kind of follow flat track racing, and Indian came back on the scene. And buddy, they've made it interest.
They threw some money in the research and development,
Exactly.
and they started taking record after record. A lot of races.
Well, I'll guarantee you they just dominate the races. I'm involved with the Yamaha factory teams, and man, you look at think the Yamahas is dominating the heck out of road racing, but you put them on dirt and slide them sideways, they just can't get it done. J.D. Beach, a good friend of mine, rides for the team, and he's one of the best riders in the country. But it's just amazing. Because Indian went after the Jared Mises and the guys like that,
Right.
Brothers out of Texas that run so good, and they tied them up. There's the last 4 races on the first 3 rows have been nothing but Indian motorcycles. That's hard to catch up with them. Tony Schaefer coming out now on his Yamaha. He's been running all day long. He runs the Ducati. He runs this vehicle. I don't think he had a Honda in his arsenal, but. There you go. See, not trying to go a killer mile an hour, 160.514. Pulled out of it at a 103, so at the finish line, he just went out of the throttle. But that's got to be a ride. Riding 200, there's not enough leather in the world between me and the ground.
If I'm going pedal to the metal, I'm having 4 tires and a full
Yeah,
cage around me.
right.
Yeah, those guys, they're going well, 200 to all the way. What we said, 230,
Yeah.
240 today. You're not getting me going 65 miles an hour on an open highway. That's about as fast as I'm going.
Well, the ones I was telling you about New Mexico, they went out in the Chevrolet big block Chevrolet in the morning went a 251.999, and the rest of the day nobody could do anything. The wind got involved and everything. With 10 minutes to go, this guy comes out on a Howard boosting motorcycle that had a fairing on it. And he comes out with 10 minutes to go, so I'm gonna take a shot, and it makes it 35 mile an hour sideways, completely sideways, goes 249. You're going, man, that's bad. Turns right around, goes back to the starting line, talking about heat a while ago, goes back to the starting line, takes that fairing off.
And went faster
Yeah.
without the
And
fairing.
comes back and goes to 251.999, the very same.
Oh, there's that old Crown Vic.
That's right. Crown Vic. Gerald Patterson goes, he got that 126 he was looking for, 126.387.
Oh, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I would be.
Most
Those cars could tell some stories, couldn't
most
they?
most of the time that car was doing that, it had lights flashing.
Yeah, that's right.
It was chasing somebody.
Teenagers throwing stuff out the window.
That's exactly right.
Tell your mom I was with you. Oh, well. That's the one thing about it. We got our memories. You know, time goes on, and I've always said there's no time limit on your childhood, and you're never too old to have a happy childhood. This is kind of proof of it. You walk through the pit area, you notice your people are friendly, they're nice, and all this stuff, but I don't think egos have gotten in this sport. There's no superstars or anything. Everybody's doing their thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's the one thing I've noticed just walking around this morning for the first couple hours. Everybody says hello, and
Yeah.
I'm just a friend of a friend here, you know, just out of the courtesy of Vance, and everybody's always talking to you, where you're from, what
Yeah,
you're
what's
doing,
going
and then
on,
you
yeah.
talk to them, what kind of car you're running. Are you running gas, you know, are you running carbureted, supercharged, turbo, and everybody just loves talking. You know, everybody loves talking motor talk, you know, gearheads.
Yeah.
We're all
There you
gearheads
go,
at
we're all
heart.
Gearheads, that's right. This little Suzuki done good today. Nader's Mason, he's run quite a bit. There you go, no shifting, look.
And stayed straight on to do it there
yeah.
from the 3/4 on.
But I tell you, from 3/4 of a mile, but earlier it was a half mile, run half the track and run through 5 gears coming up to the half track, and then staying in 5th gear from the half to the end. I'm going, you are screaming at engine. That engine can only go up and down so many times so fast.
The pistons can only move so fast. It's kind of like I said, it comes down to gears for motorcycles. Yeah, because they're going to get that 12,000, 13,000 red line, you know, but it just gets to the
Get
gears.
that gear to catch up with it. to make
That's
it work.
exactly. So it all is going to come down what kind of gear you're running. Yeah.
502.
2502.
Also nice to see as many rat rods. I thought that I was only going to see maybe one out here, and I saw
really?
there's like
Yeah.
half a dozen or so. And that's always great to see, because I just love seeing them. Remind me of the old movies from the 50s and 60s, you know.
I came down with Parkinson's a year ago, and my wife was really going through a depressed stage. You know, that'll do it to you, and I'm trying to figure things out. As Tim Vance makes his shot, he's been running good today. 198, look
So
here,
almost.
198.895. We
Just
pushed it out the back end on that 1.25 with the 202 at the 1.25, but the mother load at the mile was a 198.895. Anyway, story, you're talking about rat rods and everything. So my wife knew I was depressed, and I've been one from notoriety with cars I built and things I've done and everything like that. But man, when you get a hit like that, so my wife bought me a 49 Chevrolet Coupe that was in a barn in Kentucky.
Does she have a sister?
Completely stopped. Yeah, it's amazing, and been in there. The guy bought it in 1950 after the Korean War. He bought it for his nephew. His nephew went in the Army, and he was going to give it to his nephew when he got out of basic training, and the nephew said, I'll make a career. He was a 30-year man in the military.
A
They
true
put the-
barn
yeah,
find.
they
A
put the
true
car-
barn
yeah,
find.
Exactly.
Wow.
And so I'm keeping it completely stocked. Everything's straight on. Got a lot of stainless on the car. I'm going to learn how to take some of the little dents out of the stainless and everything, but I'm going to put it back exactly like a 1950s hot rod. We're going to set her down on the ground a little bit, put leg pipes on it, put fender skirt. Remember fender skirts?
Sure.
On? And if you remember back in, instead of having the front end down, they had the front end up just
The
a little.
the front was actually
Had
raised.
the sun visor,
Yep.
and all that kind of stuff. So, and put rolling pleats in it and diamond top. And then I just thought, well, you know,
Another vet.
Brian Brooks.
Older body vet, I think,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, 167 right there. No, yeah, once he's got the mile an hour 133, he backed out of it. So the 167 is a big number for him.
Until we run out of cars or run out.
Bet you are.
What you got to understand that always? I think we're. I think you're through now.
Did we even tell you how many you still got out there? So there's no communication from how many you got like out up there.
We could ask him.
Tower, this is shut down. Course is clear. Course is clear.
All right, getting the call again. Course is clear. Christopher Burns getting ready to make his shot. Now he's been riding this Kawasaki all day long, doing a good job. He's been over the 200 mile an hour mark on 3 occasions. At the half mile, he's at a 216. At the 3/4 mile, 220. Picked up 4 mile an hour. And then from a 220, from a 3/4 mile to a mile, he jumped 20 mile an hour. Went a 240.899.
I think this is the guy that we talked about earlier, who's got the record today. He's had the high record at 240 today.
Listen to that thing. Slowed it
It sounded like he either missed a shift or slowed up on it.
Really? You see him pull that thing up?
Yeah. Yeah, he pulled up on that
Down
one
here,
shift
yeah.
there.
When the 220 backed off, what it is at about 3/4 mile marker, he just went into a wheel stand. He powered it up, so he kept it down around a 220. Earlier, he'd gone a 240, so that's nothing to be ashamed of. But yeah, you look at it, and I was thinking, 'cause it sounded like he kind of backed on the throttle just a tick to let something catch up. Well, I'm sure it was that rear wheel.
Yep.
Well, you told me you had the Kemp friend in the Chrysler product. That
Yep.
he was breaking loose at 100
Yeah,
mile an hour.
and that'll do it to you. So, better safe. I'd rather race one more race than race the last time.
Oh yeah, and you look at the tires that run. I mean, it's not like it's street tires with
Course is clear. Course is clear.
little bitty tires on these cars like the car you were talking about. Man, those are some sticky tires. that he
Oh,
runs,
yeah, they're
and
huge.
still breaking them loose.
That's just, pure horsepower is all
Yeah.
that is.
Can you read this, Kevin Miller?
Not really.
Okay, no, okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. Kevin Miller coming down now, little Mustang. He's got a run going. Check this out.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds real
Oh, man, 191. He'll be at that 200 for the week over.
good. Look at that 3/4 mile mark, though.
Yeah.
Look where he was.
Yeah, 250. He was there.
215 at the 3/4.
Amazing, yeah. They came in yesterday afternoon. I noticed the front. Everybody's got a kind of different idea about how to get there, down and around there. And I was looking at his, and he had a completely different deal the way he had set this car up. I didn't say anything to him about it. Just looked at it, and I thought he's doing something nobody else knows, and that's the name of the game.
That's 3.
But 215, buddy.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I'm wondering if the same thing, if his it might have gotten a little hot there because it's 215 to 3/4 and then down to
Yeah,
to
pull
just
down.
under 200. Yeah, at the mile.
Clear. Course is clear.
Free to release 8.
I tell you- Oh, to be young again, right?
Yeah.
Tom Shaver once again making a shot, this time on the Yamaha.
It seems like he's kind of just coasting
puttering
through
through,
there.
yeah.
Yep.
And not a big Yamaha either. It's a big old boy like a bear riding a football going out there.
I'll do lemon pepper.
He's still got a 104. That's going to make him happy.
Yeah, especially in
Yeah,
a
but
bike
look
that
over
size.
here, 104 is a 3/4 mile, 104.1, and a 104.9 at the mile marker. So he was just right up in. He was in his zone, wasn't he? He was
That's
in his
about
happy place.
about all she could do. Yep,
Yeah.
and that well, it's a different bike, different class. Yep.
Right, right.
Me?
Are you volunteering? What's your name?
Bradley.
No,
You want me back
you
up
didn't
here
make-
again tomorrow?
You didn't make the list.
Good.
tower, I saw the course clear.
Army, if you want something, come let me know when you know.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
That taxiway up there.
You guys are fun though.
No problem.
Mike
I
Bloke's
catch
doing
each
his
other once.
thing.
So start, this is tower.
Okay, now Mike's been played today, went a 198. He may have waited for this afternoon to make a long shot here.
Let's see if he can't get in that 2 miles an hour. That doesn't sound
right,
like it's
yeah.
far, but it is. And so let's see if he can't break that 200.
He's going after it. You can hear that. You know it's getting late to run the headlights.
That's
on.
exactly right.
Doesn't seem like his shifts are as quick as they should be.
No.
Kinda. But that may get him on the other end quick.
Might be, yep, close, but not there. Yeah, you're right. Sounded something a little with the shifts there.
Yeah. And like you say, by the end of the day, you've got enough heat in that case and that engine, maybe everything expands when it gets hot. you
That's
know, and
exactly
it's,
it. That's why I think end of the day, you know, now it's nice that it's getting cooler, but the problem is the motors have been running all day. The fuel's getting warmer. The engines have expanded, and that
metal-
exhaust is not getting any cooler. It's just going to stay hot.
Is the next guy coming up?
Say again, please. Okay. Gary Johnson. Johnson comes out now. He's out of Farmington, Missouri. Raced dirt tracks for over 25 years. I want to thank Jason, Dale, Joe, and 120 days. No, congratulations to you, Gary. Hope everything's going good for you. Hope you get to 121. No, so we'll go from there. Gary Johnson, the metal sled they call it, Ford Taurus. This is that '89 Taurus, a NASCAR.
I saw this cruising around back there, and I almost fell off my chair. I was like, that looks like an old body, an
That's
old late 80s, early 90s Ford Taurus.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
exactly what it was.
So where's he want to hit? What's he looking to
He's
do?
trying to. I'm trying to. I don't know. He's had problems all day long. He doesn't have a specific goal here. But see, this is the same deal when Dodge came out with the winged Superbirds.
Yep,
This is the car that Ford Motor Company came out. They didn't go with wings, but they went that
the whole slope.
aerodynamic top. He's still not getting a mile an hour at once.
No,
I
not
don't
even
believe
close.
all the
He's-
104, half, 3/4 of a mile, 88.
Yeah. And you could tell probably at the 3/4 mile
That's
just
not
kind
it.
of
That's not that car.
went off it there.
He's at the Tennessee-Arkansas border.
Steve, this is Steve Cantor. I just wanted to let you know that Rick Lind is down here at the fire truck. He hurt his finger in a fan on his race car, I guess. I don't think it's real serious. I just wanted to let you know.
When you lose,
This is tower. The course is clear. Start. You're free to release 110.
110.
so you're starting to lose daylight. I mean, they got to tell you how are you, you know.
Sunset is 6:40.
So what will you be the safety on that, and you call it, or they call it down there? No clue.
A lot of times we go to a car split line.
Deep struck
Right.
apparently.
Nobody calls. Everybody just gets up and walks off. Or just kind of meanders away. Steve Burcham coming down now.
Sound like he's having a little trouble there.
99 Chevy out.
Yeah.
Boom. Clutch slipping on him big time.
Sounds like the clutch might have
That's
gone.
right.
Yeah, I think the clutch went.
Yeah, he's still. But you know that's got to be fun riding one. I'd like to take a shot in
Oh.
one time.
Sure.
Medical to tower.
This is tower.
Tower, we're gonna be transported to station. We'll have another unit out here as soon as we can.
You need to quit right now if that's the case.
This is tower. We're on a full
I
course
always
hold.
supposed to have an ambulance.
You always
If
have
you
to,
wait for
yep.
somebody to get here, hell, it'll be dark, so I don't know.
That might have to be
The conclusion?
excuse you need.
Go ahead, you can say what you want to in front of it. time to get the deer rifles out and got the scopes on them, and I was gonna knock them guys down.
I'm gonna head back and get myself a beer.
You gotta be 21 to drink the beer.
Oh, well, I think at 59, I'm
Yeah,
darn close
you
enough to
got
that. Well, if I get a chance,
Yeah, stop up tomorrow.
pop
Hey,
up
listen,
tomorrow. You
enjoyed-
know, it's
enjoyed,
great,
visiting
great.
with you.
Thanks for having me up here.
Hey, listen, I've enjoyed it. It's good talking with you. I appreciate your knowledge of the sport. That, you know, a lot of times you get people and they have no ideas, like you're talking about drag racing and stuff. I think we all went through that stage.
And I'll make sure I bring my cheaters
There
tomorrow.
you go. Yeah, there you go.
And I'll be able to read some with
Like
you.
I say, you're welcome to mine if you want. See you later, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. This is where it's not fun anymore. Feeling, I'm tired, I'm talking, I'm working. I know it sounds stupid. Talking is just muscle like anything else. But tomorrow you won't be able to That wasn't a Firebird that just went through, was it? It was? That was a red Firebird? Mike Weller makes a run. Got some good numbers out there. Look at this. He goes quick, pushes hard out the back end for that 1.25 mile record. It was a, let's give you the readout. The half mile was 157. Then he goes a 182 at the 3/4 mile. But pick this up. Mile was a 207.804. Then he pushes that 207.804 to a 248.482 for the 1.25 mile. Super run for the Pontiac. He had some problems a little bit earlier, got him squared away, and believe me, he got him squared away, didn't he, with the 248 push out the back door on the 1.25 mile.
I try to hide. I was found. No, you're good. I was getting orders for the rest of the list of people. Trash, I could put in the trash can for you.
Okay, no, I'll take it, fill it up, and bring it back tomorrow. I've got some extras in here.
I mean, the sun is literally like going.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
right
Yeah.
over the trees. So I mean, in 5 minutes it's gonna be done.
Trader makes another run. I thought it was the 25th run he's made today. Having a ball. This one on a Ducati. Half mile 154. Good times. 3/4 mile. 167. The mile pulled off for him at a 171. Backed on at the 1.25 mile. Only went a 122. But a mile run gets him a 171 shot. So he's definitely getting his money's worth. I tell you what, brought about 3 or 4 motorcycles with him, entered the classes, having a ball.
Power, this is shut down. Course is clear. Course is clear.
Tower to start, I've got 2 numbers, which one is on the line? Start to 3, release 145.
Toby Whitehead getting ready to make a shot now in the 2013 Camaro ZL1. Had some problems today getting the car to go for him, trying to get it squared away. And let's see if he's got it. They've been working and thrashing all day long to make it happen. Started with the Texas Mile 215. Let's see what Toby can do now. He's got something going for him now. They figured whatever the problem was, I think they figured out. Look at this. He's walking the dog on the big end. 195.780 on the half mile. Then he backs it with a 166. But he knows one thing. He can do the number, and he'll be looking forward to doing it tomorrow. Yeah. His previous best was an 89-mile-an-hour run. He jumps to a 195. I would say he's going in the right direction. That was at the half mile. It's really strange. These guys make a lot of horsepower, but that half mile, buddy, that's when you go over that half mile, you've taken dead man's curve because it's going to put a lot of hurt on your equipment, and that's what seems to be happening from the 3/4 mile to the finish line. Like I say, it's no man's land, buddy. Anything can happen out there. So a good run for him. He coasted through at 100 mile an hour in the end of the 1 mile. So way to go. Glad you got it. Toby got it squared away. So he's the first event with us, and wants you to have a good experience here. We're glad to have you. It's a nice running car, and get it figured out and get somebody in the pit area to kind of work with you and help you and pick their brain, and they'll pick yours, and you go fast.
Tower to start, descend 554.
Matt Drucker's making a run now. I just got a chance to see him. He was on a Yamaha. Couldn't see the run. Couldn't see him. Getting dark enough, and we couldn't pick him up down the track. Half mile to 111, then 3/4 mile, 100 mile an hour. Then he's looks like he's losing speed all the way through this thing. 1 mile, 91 mile an hour south. So when he got up to what we call no man's land, it went away on him also. tomorrow if you get a chance. Tail makes a run through. He goes to 130 for the mile time. Trying to think. He's made some better runs than that throughout the day. Half mile was a 197, then went a 209. He was up, had a good run going, went a 209 at the half mile, but went away from him at a 130.473. Vine screaming it on the other end, go to 187 at the mile, 187.188. Bails out at the mile, pulled it down to a 122 at the mile and a quarter. 187 is his quick time of the day. Previously, it had been a 180.216. He goes to 187, knocking that in the head, .188. Yeah, I can't believe y'all know what you find out in the sport like this, the industry, you bump into all kind of people you working on, like Gravedigger, the monster truck. We were talking to each other the other day, and just like, oh man, what's going on? His kids are growing up, mine, one time we were both young men, just getting started, So enjoy your life. I'm serious. And there's so many things you can do to have fun. You don't get in trouble. Do them, enjoy yourself. And like I say, you know right from wrong. There's no reason to do wrong. If your friends want to do wrong, you stay.
We're gonna see if we can get 3 or 4 more runs
My
in here.
parents, I would like to say, are my closest friends.
Tower,
Pardon me?
I said my parents, I'd like to say, are my closest friends.
That's very good. That's very strong for them.
6-hour in line right now.
Make sure you turn away anybody new.
Here we go.
So what's in line is around.
Kobe Blue going through, trying to get he had some good runs going all day long today. 187. Pushed it out the back door to 194. He's going after that mile and a quarter record. Wants to thank his wife Victoria and his friend Ryan for helping him out of Huntsville, Alabama. That's a good number for him. He had gone earlier. No, he hadn't. Bellamy Cody is looking awfully good with those numbers right now. He's trying to beat guys in the class like Chris Wells and Kevin Miller and Bill Regal. These guys are all running up around the 180, and he goes to 187. So that may put him out, puts him second on that list. The only one in front of him in the mile an hour is the 188.957.
Go ahead and send 205. Still landed.
Seems like we're at the point where it's getting the same guys making loop, loop, loop runs. I'm sorry, but this is going on 14 hours for me. It's a long day. Well, 32 Ford coming across. Bill Landry, little 32 Ford shutting it down. Car that started a hot rod craze right there. Guys coming back from the Second World War, they had a bunch of those old cars laying around, salvage yards and what have you. And kind of went out, cut the fenders off, and dropped the body over the frames and called them hot rods, and the world changed right there. Rockabilly music was in, then it went to rock and roll, and the rest is history, as they say. June and Basler making a run now. Julian's got something going here. 179.354. 179.354. Now, he had gone to 186 earlier today. He had gone to 180 earlier today in the mile, but the 179, just a tick under his best in that mile. So he did not improve his position on that particular run. Thank you, dear. Oh, really? Yeah. Sean Kennedy next to come out, the 2006 Ford GT. He's made some runs today. We'll get those times for you in just a second. Get his name in the computer and get things squared away. But Kennedy drawing late in the field to see what's going to happen. I don't know how many more they're going to make runs through here. Visibility is going to become a problem here in just a little bit, so we'll have to wait and see. Half mile was a 76.844. Believe me, not the run they're looking for. Second, 3/4 of a mile was a 28 mile an hour. Then the 1 mile, he didn't even make it there. This is the kind of car that won the Le Mans race for a number of years. It's the car that Ford Motor Company built to beat Ferrari, and they did. There's an exceptional story behind these cars. They running so fast they could beat everybody, but they would get beat in the race because their brakes wouldn't hold. They were going so fast that the brakes wouldn't hold. So when they made pit stops, they came to a point where most pit stop people would just put new gas on the car and new tires, but they would put brakes on the car. When they learned to do that quick, they dominated the world for about 5 years in the Le Mans race. Kawasaki, driven by Fred Gamino, I believe it is, 176 mile an hour at the half mile, 189 at the 3/4, 197 at the mile. Man, he's closing in on that. He's getting close. On the outside at the 1.25 he did go a 200 mile an hour run at the 1.25 but the mile marker, the mother lode spot, was a 197.066. He'll be back tomorrow, I'll guarantee you that. I bet he tries to make a run early in the morning. It'll be a little bit cooler, but the air will be in the morning very similar to where the air is right now. It may be a little chilly, but that's not going to hurt him. A little frost won't hurt you a bit. But old Fred's, he's had a good day today. He's had a good day working, taking that Kawasaki and making it work for him. He's got the quick time in the half mile. He's got the quick time in the 3/4. Quick time in the mile. Quick time in the mile he's got the 200.624. The 1.25 to 144. He upped that. I'm from Lawrenceville, Kentucky, yeah.
Go ahead and send 127.
We always come over. I have 2 adopted daughters from China, and we always come over to Evansville to go shopping. And show you my girls. I have 2 sons. I have a daughter that's a dean students at a college in North Carolina. I have 2 daughters, Haley and Camille. Bobble the gear on it. Dan Collier not going to be happy. He'll probably back on this thing. Won't want to go all the way through, I don't imagine. She's 14 months old, Dr. Her, and she was just 2 years difference, Dr. Her, and she was 14 months old, so that's my second family. I have Mason, my son, he works for television. His wife's the one I tell you that works as a director. And my daughter's dean of students at Western College. So. I'm ready to go. Shit, yeah, I mean, but
Anytime you want.
you say we could?
Start. What do we have left? Just two pieces.
It's 14, yeah, it's 14-hour days, but. Okay, Sluggo, you gonna be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no.
All right,
I'll
go
tell you,
ahead and send
I need to
130.
throw that away. I'm just gonna leave this stuff here. See if I will turn on a few times.
Sir, we're gonna call 130 the last vehicle. I'm sorry,
Get to the point of common sense, in my opinion. Run going there. One mile recorded on that run for Michael. Michael Kessling at a 214.184. 214.184 for Michael. They got it all dialed in. 172 at the half mile, 195 at the 3/4, and 214.184. Congratulations. As that little Camaro, they finally got that puppy dialed in and ready to go, and they'll be loaded for bear in the morning. Way to go, Michael and crew. Great job.